Good evening, everyone. We'll call to order the Oxnard City Council meeting for July 2nd, 2024. And we have two appointment items starting now at 5 p.m. And Madam Clerk, if we could have roll call and posting of the agenda, please.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perrello. Here. Councilmember Turan.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank
The
you.
agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on June 20th, 2024. Announcement. Pursuant to Government Code, Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And the mayor sends his regrets. He can't be with us tonight. He's recovering well from a pretty strong head cold, but now he's lost his voice. So we will carry on in his honor, and he should be back next meeting. Takes us to item B, two appointment items. First one is update on bicycle and pedestrian improvements.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm Morgan Kessler. I'm the city engineer in the Public Works Department, and this evening, myself and with help from Oxnard Police Department, officers Jens and Fernandez are going to give you an update on the bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements we have going on here in Oxnard. I do have a presentation. There it is. All right. So this may look familiar to you all. It's an update from a presentation that Director Wolf provided a number of months ago with updated information. Bike and safety, or bike and pedestrian safety efforts involve many council and many city staff, including traffic engineering, police, and capital projects staff. You've probably heard of the 3 E's in bike and ped safety: engineering, education, enforcement. And those 3 E's sort of span at least a couple different departments here in Oxnard, those being Public Works, which includes traffic engineering, and the Oxnard Police Department. The police department partners with Public Works to provide the educational outreach and enforcement components, and Public Works generally handles the engineering piece of the 3 E's. So we'll be talking about all these elements later in the presentation. Just talked about that. So, so stepping back in time a little bit, historically, what they called at the time modern roadway design involved essentially making it easy for motor vehicles to get to where they're going, to accommodate motor vehicle traffic. And very little thought, unfortunately, or design was put into accommodating pedestrians, much less bicyclists. So the consequence of that is that we're kind of stuck with public right-of-ways, being streets mostly, that they're wide enough, or at least they're wide enough for accommodating the motor vehicle traffic of the day. But when you try to put in, sidewalks and bike lanes and things like that, sometimes we run into problems where there's just not enough right of way, and it makes it very tricky to squeeze all those things in. So that's kind of one of the big engineering challenges when you're when you're handling bicycle and pedestrian safety from an engineering perspective. I'll start by going into a few statistics about national, pedestrian and bicycle incidents. I'll be speaking from kind of the state and national level, and the officers from the police department may be able to provide you with some Oxnard level statistics. But essentially, since when this data came in around 2023, bicycles used for commuter use was, it's increased from 2022, 6 to 7%. Unfortunately, but maybe intuitively, the number of bike fatalities went up, kind of a proportional amount as well, up 4% from 2022. In terms of pedestrian collisions, it's even more. So in 6 months 6-month period, and from 2019, pedestrian fatalities were up, unfortunately, by 14%. So for California, we're, I don't know how you want to look at it, it's a bit macabre, but we're on par, I guess, with the nation in terms of bicycle-related fatalities. In California, they amount to about 3% of traffic-related fatalities. Nationwide, it's very similar. It's about 2.2%. These are kind of busy graphics, but what I wanted to capture was in the kind of top left image, it shows a whole bunch of information on one slide, and that speaks to the time of day and the location and the environmental conditions which pedestrian fatalities happen at. And not surprisingly, it's in the evening. It's when you're kind of outside of the control and expectation that's associated with a crosswalk at an intersection, and tends to be in the time of year where the days just aren't as long. California has, among the states, and as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, California has one of the higher pedestrian fatality rates out of the rest of the states, followed by Texas and Florida, and Washington State's pretty high as well. So enough with the fatality statistics. What is Oxnard doing to enhance bicycle and pedestrian safety within our city? We've been pretty proactive with enhancing traffic safety for pedestrian bicycle riders, both from a kind of an enforcement and educational perspective and an engineering perspective. For example, back in 2001, City Council adopted the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan. This contained many projects focused on bicycle and pedestrian safety. To date, about half of those have been completed. And moving forward, staff is applying for a grant, several grants through Caltrans to sort of update the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan and wrap it into a new effort called the Active Transportation Safety Plan. It's essentially an update of the older bike and pedestrian master plan. Here's some projects that were completed through the BPMP, C Street, some bicycle projects on Patterson Road, pedestrian projects, Ventura Boulevard. Like I said, we've completed about half of those identified in the master plan. More recently, 2023, council's adopted 2 new traffic safety planning tools. There's the local roads and safety plan and the sustainable transportation plan. The local roads and safety plan, the LRSP, speaks specifically to, it frames, it essentially has several tools, or more than several, many tools that you can use to address specific contributing factors to bicycle and pedestrian accidents, and I'll get more into that in a little bit. So when you're talking these planning tools, we have good data is key. It's to understanding what's going on, especially when accidents kind of follow a pattern, especially at specific locations. In Oxnard's case, what we found, certainly by no means unique to Oxnard, but there's 4 big contributing factors to fatal bike and pedestrian collisions. These are operating vehicles at unsafe speeds, pedestrian errors or violations such as not using crosswalks, motorists under the influence of alcohol or other drugs, and when motorists simply ignore or miss traffic control devices, like missing a stop sign or not stopping before a right turn, things like that. So, well-designed engineering solutions can help with reducing bicycle and pedestrian fatalities. However, you can put in as many stop signs as you want. You could put in as many curb extensions as you want. Sometimes people just don't obey those. You could put "please stop," or you could, I saw a radar feedback sign in state of Vermont around the holidays where it said posted speed and then your speed, which gave a live number of your speed, but instead of flashing red or whatever, if you're over 25 miles per hour, it said naughty. If you're under 25 miles per hour, it said nice. But you could put as many of those things as you want, but ultimately there's right. I thought it was neat, but you come to a point where you could only engineer so much safety into a system, so you have to go to the other 2 E's of the 3 E's, which is education and enforcement. So at this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Commander Fernandez, and he'll talk a little bit about what Oxnard Police Department is doing for the other 2 E's.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City staff, City Manager, and people that are in attendance. My name is Commander Edgar Fernandez. I'm with the Oxnard Police Department. I oversee the Patrol Support Division. With me is also Michael Jens, who is our Traffic Unit Sergeant. He oversees our traffic unit and all of its functions on a daily basis. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak. I'll try and be as quick as I can through this, but I do get excited about speaking about our traffic enforcement and the things that we're trying to do from an educational standpoint as well as an enforcement standpoint to try and curb and mitigate traffic collisions in our community between both pedestrians, bicyclists, and motor vehicles. It's our primary objective. Our primary objective is to make the roads safe, safe for everyone in this community. But with that comes the understanding that it's a team effort. This community needs to understand, and we need to educate them that we need their help. Traffic safety is a shared responsibility. That goes for the motorists, that goes as well for the bicyclists, as well as pedestrians. So what we try to do is we try to educate as well as enforce, but really take on this situation from a multifaceted approach. So one of the things that our command staff and our chiefs have addressed and very much are in line with, that we try and speak to the community outside of enforcement level engagement, where you'll see the traffic unit at Coffee with a Cop, Spooktacular, every parade, every event. You'll see motorcycles at all these locations in order to try and speak to people and build that rapport. One, so we can discuss some of the road concerns in their area. They become comfortable with us and they tell us, hey, they're speeding on this street, or hey, there's parking issues on that street. Those things are invaluable to us. So we continue to do that in order to gain more information and build those relationships. You'll see that we deploy traffic message trailers. Those message trailers help us provide information. I saw one in one of my favorite Northern Cal cities, Petaluma, and someone put it out on a message out here that said, slow the fast down. That comes from the Office of Traffic Safety. And that's what we want. We want you to slow down. We want you to be mindful of your needing to get to work or needing to get to school, but do it in a safe manner. We also share the roadway. Watch for bicycles and pedestrians. You'll see those message boards throughout the city. They're important elements to educate everyone. We also manage not just the crossing guard program, but we partner with the school district. We partner with them to find the safest ingress and egress for drop off at the start of school and at the end of school. We do a fair job of meeting those needs of the school district as best we can. And when they ask for some help and some guidance on how to do that, we show up and we provide them that ability to learn that as well as possible and learn what's best for their particular location. We work with community groups, both local as well as larger community groups or larger groups, such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving. You'll see us continue to grow with our relationship in them and offset their brand equity in order for us to grow and put out the message that's in line with the message that our department holds true to, which is stopping DUIs and trying to make the roadway safer for our community. And we also post social media. We're very proud of our most recent post, which is about an 80-minute clip that you'll be seeing at the end of our segment of the presentation, which is going to provide you with what we believe to be one of the key factors that's going to help this community in slowing down some of the traffic collisions that involve pedestrians and bicyclists. And that is going to be Assembly Bill 413, daylighting, and that comes to fruition and comes into well, it's already been passed, but it's actually going to be enforceable on January 1st of 2025. I'm now going to have Sergeant Jens discuss a couple of our other programs and a little bit of our enforcement level activities, and then I'll come back to present the quick video.
Good afternoon. So like Commander Fernandez said, I'm the traffic sergeant here at Oxnard PD. So we're responsible from everything from parking enforcement to traffic collisions to fatalities to DUIs. So we cover just about everything traffic related. It takes a lot of work to participate in everything we do. We have some grants that definitely help that, and especially offset some of the funding that requires us to be out there. But some of the things that we do that maybe you don't know or kind of might be behind the scenes, to do community outreach would include Start Smart. For what that is essentially is if a juvenile gets a traffic ticket, maybe for being unlicensed, maybe for any violation, running a stop sign, speeding, they can go to a 2-hour program that we put on. Essentially it's a mini traffic school, mini traffic class that we put on, that they attend, and that they'll get credit for. They'll take that receipt of that completion to the judge and get their infraction dismissed. So it's not only a benefit for them, getting that off their record, not paying a fee, but also, hey, an opportunity to learn from some of our traffic officers how dangerous some of the roadways can be. We also do a lot of traffic safety presentations. Especially with our schools, including our colleges, once one teacher or staff member finds out that, hey, we'll come into the class or we'll participate in an event you're having, that message spreads like wildfire, and we just start getting all kinds of requests, and we really do our best not to turn any of those down. It's an opportunity for us to get out and educate kids and young adults on roadway safety. The picture here is Officer Oscar Tarai. He's one of the motor officers participating in a walking field trip. We'll do that as well. And this particular occasion, he assisted roughly 80 students crossing Vineyard Avenue into the River Park neighborhood. The school was very appreciative of this assistance, so much in fact that the following week they decided they were going to have us do it again for some more grade levels. So we will not turn them down. We will do whatever we can to help participate. At the beginning of this field trip, we talked about both pedestrian and bicycle safety to the kids. They were very receptive. They were very happy to see the motor officer along with his police motorcycle. Another huge opportunity to educate the public is DUI checkpoints. We do those monthly. This past week we did a checkpoint, or weekend we did a checkpoint. We had Mothers Against Drunk Driving out there, present, a representative from that agency out there. We also collaborated with the California Highway Patrol. They came and worked our checkpoint. This was an opportunity, obviously, for everybody coming through their checkpoint, especially if it's their first time. They ask questions. They're excited to see us. They thank us. And we move them throughout the city so that we address different locations that are impacted by collisions as well as DUI driving. So it's an opportunity for us to be out, talk to the public, have them come through, meet and greet real quick, send them on their way as long as they're not impaired. And last thing, and Commander Fernandez brought it up briefly, was events like Coffee with a Cop. It seems simple, but again, it's another opportunity. People will love to talk to us when we're not following them down the road on our police motorcycle. So it gives us an opportunity to engage with them, talk about safety, ask all kinds of questions related to updated laws or new laws that have usually are updated yearly. I mentioned the Office of Traffic Safety Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant, or the OTS grant we call it. We also have the CHP Cannabis grant. I'm excited to let you guys know that this year, or the upcoming fiscal years for both of these grants, we're anticipating receiving almost $1 million. And this will go to not just enforcement, but education, some equipment, some things that we could use in the roadway to help mitigate some of these traffic collisions, as well as create the roadways a lot safer. For just to kind of describe what we do in a fiscal year for these grants, 23 to 24, we're scheduled to have 28 DUI saturation patrols. That's where officers, about 4 to 5, go out and address impaired driving. 18 traffic enforcement patrols. This is where about the same group of officers go out and focus on primary collision factors, your speeding, your right-of-way violations, things like that. 11 DUI and license checkpoints, 10 bicycle and pedestrian enforcement operations, which we go out just to address bicycle and ped violations. That's not just the bicyclists and the pedestrians, but that's also the motorists violating their right-of-ways. We had 8 distracted driver enforcement operations. This is for your cell phones and your other electronic devices. We had 7 Know Your Limit DUI educational campaigns. Believe it or not, a lot of our restaurant and bars in Oxnard encourage and love to have us come and talk to patrons and have them or offer them a breathalyzer test so they know where they're at, whether they should be driving or not. It gives them an educational kind of an idea of, hey, you know, that 1 or 2 drinks, I already felt impaired. Well, hey, that's only 1 or 2 drinks. You're actually under the legal limit to drive. And that gives them an idea of where they're at. And I will pass it off back to Commander Fernandez to talk about some of our other activities.
Thank you very much, Mike. In the interest of time, I'll just get through this really quickly. Mike touched on it. We're very excited at the fact that we're going to be granted over $1 million in grant funding from the state as well as from local entities. With that, we're going to be able to bump our numbers for impaired driving saturations to at least over 68 saturation patrols. Why are those things important for us? They're important because they're all components that help bicyclists and pedestrians travel through our roadways safely. When we do distracted driver campaigns, they're meant to stop people that are on their cell phone that aren't paying attention to the motorist, not just the motorists, but the bicyclists and the pedestrians. When we do these DUI enforcements, same thing. We want to stop people before they can't see a pedestrian or they don't see a bicyclist in the roadway. So those are all components that work in conjunction with one another. But I do want to speak to you about one of the exciting new laws in place, and I'll show you a quick 80-second video that we put out on Friday to the community, and it's also been put out as of yesterday as a Spanish version as well for our Spanish-speaking community.
Hello, Oxnard. My name is Patrick Blanche. I'm a traffic officer with the Oxnard Police Department. We want to inform the community about the new California Assembly Bill 413, also known as daylighting. Daylighting refers to a law that prohibits stopping or parking your car within 20 feet of a marked or unmarked crosswalk. When there is an extension of the curve in the road, vehicles are required to maintain a 15-foot distance from the crosswalk. When drivers park their vehicles near a crosswalk, the visibility of vehicles approaching the crosswalk is reduced. Drivers are more likely to hit bicyclists or pedestrians entering the crosswalk due to visibility and having less time to react to those entering the roadway. Children are particularly vulnerable because they are shorter and more likely to be non-visible behind parked cars within 15 feet of the crosswalk. This new California state law would help increase the visibility of pedestrians and bicyclists entering the crosswalk. This bill will help address California's pedestrian mortality rate, which is nearly 25% higher than the national average. Assembly Bill 413 will be in effect on January 1st of 2025. The Oxnard Police Department will be enforcing this new law with violation notices and/or warnings to vehicles found in violation of this new law. Thank you very much, and be well.
I'd like to thank Community Affairs Manager Paul Carnegie for putting that together. It was fantastic. We are going to start to put out information on this particular law starting in July, and it will go through the end of the year. We think it's very important. It'll be very helpful for us. Thank you for your time, and we'll be available afterwards for some questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commander Fernandez. I'll just be talking a little bit more here about some of the engineering tools we have available here in Oxnard. I kind of left it a few minutes ago where I was talking a little bit about the local roads and safety program, the LRSP. Wanted to give you a little bit more detail on that. Like I said, it has an assortment of tools in it for mitigating potentially hazardous situations. In this case, it's the separated bikeway and the traffic calming bicycle boulevard elements. But you'll notice that, kind of a quick reference, it gives you the crash types that this particular tool will mitigate. We have it circled there, bikes and peds. And circled below that is the crash reduction factor, which is the expected benefit that you would receive by installing this type of mitigation. So again, just two more of these tools. You have a description of what the tool does and some more information on there. So near and dear to my heart lately is the Capital Improvement Program, the CIP. The council will be receiving the final version of this in about 2 weeks. But we have several bicycle and ped safety projects in various states of completion listed in the CIP. And on this slide, I have the Edding Road Bike and Ped Facilities Project and one of the Safe Routes to School Safety Enhancements. These are both under construction. Out to bid soon is a Bicycle and Pedestrian Facilities Project and Ramona Preschool Pedestrian Crossing Enhancements. These are going out to bid real soon. And in the design phase, we're just starting out with the 4th Street Mobility Improvement Project and Oxnard Boulevard Bicycle Facilities Installation. In terms of future CIP projects, I've highlighted 4 here. They are all funded the funding source would be through Caltrans, different Caltrans funding pots, accessible pedestrian enhancements, the M-Track signal priority system where an emergency vehicle will be able to let an intersection know to turn red so that it stops all traffic so that the emergency vehicle can go through the intersection easier. I have a couple more listed here. Bard Road, bicycle green lanes project, and Ventura Road, another green lanes project. Safe routes to school, we participate in that. It's a great program. I've participated in other safe routes to school programs and in other cities I've worked for, but in Oxnard's case, we have things like a dedicated web page. We have we coordinate with the officials at the school to do things like walk and roll to school, what I used to call walking school buses. It's a great program, and it has both an educational, participatory, and an engineering element to it. And before I wrap up, I just wanted to say, being kind of the new guy, we have an excellent public works operations and maintenance division. They're the ones that are out there, repainting curbs, replacing signs when they get knocked over. When somebody takes out a guardrail, they're there replacing it, and they're very good at what they do, and they're at times kind of unsung heroes and a big piece of the bicycle and pedestrian safety equation here at Oxnard. Oxnard has lots of resources posted online. I've got 5 of them listed here. Bicycle Pedestrian Master Plan, the Capital Improvement Program, the Local Roads and Safety Program, Sustainable Transportation Plan, and the Safe Routes to School fact sheet. All these are available online on the Oxnard website. So that concludes our presentation and update, and staff is available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Tran, before I go to you, I do have one request for a public speaker, Brian Rodriguez. Thank you, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Brian Rodriguez. I'm a resident here in the city of Oxnard. On January 13th, a 35-year-old pedestrian was seriously injured. On January 19th, a 64-year-old pedestrian was fatally killed by a train. On January 23rd, a 30-year-old pedestrian was killed. On March 4th, the oldest, 73-year-old pedestrian was also fatally killed. They were a former planning commissioner. On April 22nd, a 35-year-old was killed riding their bicycle. On May 3rd, a 33-year-old was killed riding their bicycle. On May 10th, a 67-year-old pedestrian was killed. On May 13th, a 35-year-old pedestrian was killed. And on June 17th, a 50 to 60-year-old pedestrian was struck by vehicles and killed. I've described just some of the incidents I came across in this city so far this year. And according to our police department, as a city, we average 14 fatal traffic collisions per year. And halfway through the year, the number of deaths we've had are 8. And that's not including the potential suicide that happened not long ago and a death that happened on our freeway. Education and enforcement are incredibly important components, as was mentioned, but a leading engineer who's working on changing the way engineers see this says, engineering influences 100% of road users 100% of the time. Education and enforcement may not reach any of the road's users, and those efforts, even when fully funded, are sporadic at best. Engineering influences 100% of road users 100% of the time. I went back to our wonderful local roadway safety plan. I don't know if any of you have it in front of you, but it tells us exactly where these corridors are happening. We know where the issues are happening. It's just about ensuring that we dedicate the resources to fast track some of these projects and maybe build them with just paint and plastic bollards instead of going out and doing the full concrete. But I also wanted to mention, just with regards to our police, I want to thank them for the work that they've been doing. But shared responsibility does not mean that every individual, is responsible for the way they cross the street. If a visually impaired person cannot see a driver, they are not responsible for being killed. In one of the Instagram lives, they mentioned just the impact that it has on the officers responding to some of these calls where they're literally seeing 50, 60, 70-year-olds lying on the street. And so hopefully our officers could come back and talk about that, because I thought it was important. Additionally, I think we actually might have more traffic fatalities than homicides in this city at this point. And so maybe our police department could also mention that. And then the next video idea, hopefully it's, the city manager or the mayor or maybe Gabe Tran riding some of these bike lanes when they get built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any other additional speakers?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do not have additional speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tran.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation to Mr. Kessler and Commander Fernandez and to Sergeant Jens. I appreciate the update. I know we had one in the fall, and given recent incidents that we've had with bicyclists and pedestrians, I appreciate this being brought back forward for another update and some additional information as well. I know that this is an appointment item and we are short on time, and I have a number of questions, some of which are a little bit more detailed. I'm happy to follow up with staff later on. But just for the benefit of the public here, on one of the early slides, Mr. Kessler, you had the different graphs, the pie charts and the bar chart that had the factors behind the pedestrian collisions. One of them had pedestrian location, and the number one, or the largest part of the pie chart, was not at an intersection. And just digging into that a little bit, is that indicating that typically these collisions happened outside of a crosswalk, I guess between intersections, or at a place where crossing typically wouldn't be engineered?
Yeah, the data shows that these accidents tend to happen out of the influence of just, say, a crosswalk or an intersection. With that said, there's also this notion of, it's even a bit paradoxical, I think, where a intersection has like a sphere of influence, and the pedestrian incidents tend to happen within that sphere of influence. But the data I've seen shows that more fatalities tend to happen outside of controlled crosswalk.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I know that there are always going to be outliers to data, but for folks who are able to make that choice or decision on crossing at an indicated location that is engineered for safety of pedestrians and stop controls, if you have the choice to do that versus I'm going to save myself 30 seconds, I'm going to cross here, hit the median, then cross the rest of the way, I hope folks can take that data to heart and understand that many of these collisions happen at the location where you're making the choice of whether or not to cross there to save some time. I know that's not every incident, but it sounds like the data shows that that's typically what we have when we look at pedestrians. So hope folks will hear that. Next question I have is, it was mentioned about flashing pedestrian beacons. If this is a more detailed answer, we can follow up another time, but I'm wondering, are there any typical engineering criteria that would we'd look at for the installation of a flashing beacon at a crosswalk?
Kind of a complicated answer. I mean, I think most agencies have their own criteria based on, federal and state guidance about where it's appropriate to set up a an RRFB, as I call them, rectangular flashing beacon. I would say a very high volume in terms of pedestrian crossing, but I think Director Wolf has some more to add to that.
Sure.
So like most traffic control devices, there are some requirements, warrant analysis, evaluation, so they just don't go up anywhere. I will also say that uncontrolled or uncontrolled intersections or uncontrolled locations that we, for crosswalks are, when you look at the studies, are usually high in terms of collisions. And so we're very, very careful about putting mid-block crossings, those kind of things, because when you look at the actual analysis, people think that painted line is going to protect them, and it's not going to protect them. And so we take a look at all this information, education, and data that we collect to try to put those in the best places that they can for the proper safety devices that they are for.
All right, thank you. And I asked that because I believe I've seen that request come up a number of times from residents in different locations, and I'm sure that there are a number of reasons that it may seem like, yeah, let's put one of those here, it's really needed. But when you think about the locations around the city that currently have those, I can think of Fremont Middle School on H Street has two. A lot of high foot traffic there across H Street, which I believe at that place is 35 miles per hour. On Hemlock, over on C Street, here outside of the council chambers on 3rd Street. And I hope folks can see the commonalities or the patterns we have here of a place where you have high traffic of cars, usually traveling at 30, 35 miles per hour or more. There are not any lights or stop controls nearby, and there's a lot of high traffic volume. And with the exception of the one here, I think all the ones I named are near schools. And so, there are certainly some places that could probably benefit, but when we look at where we're going to get the most safety for our effort, it sounds like those particular places that have been chosen already are certainly good candidates. And so I appreciate the work that's done on that. And as those requests come in, and I know we've had a couple, and our director has, chimed in on, why we look at some places versus other places where it wouldn't be appropriate. I hope we can continue to message that to the public and look at other engineering and enforcement and education options for those places as well. My last thing, and our police representatives did touch on it, was the daylighting law. And so thank you for the video that answered every question I was going to ask about it. One last thing I'll share, and we don't require an answer at this point. I just want to state that there have already been questions about, will the city be painting curbs red to indicate that parking's not allowed there? And I think back to a conversation we had during our ARPA conversations, or ARPA deliberations on painting all the curbs red near fire hydrants. And I think mid six-figure cost it was going to be to do that at every fire hydrant in the city, where it's already known you shouldn't be parking at a fire hydrant. And if you do, and the fire hydrant's needed, whatever's going to happen is going to happen in order to access the fire hydrant. In the case of these, there are probably, in my guess, just off the top of my head, 4 or 5 times more intersection corners than there are fire hydrants throughout the city, just my uneducated guess. And so if it was mid six figures for fire hydrant painting, I can't imagine the number that it would be for painting curbs red. And so I hope that through our police and our public works folks, between now and January and across the state, not just in Oxnard, education will happen for residents to understand that this is going to be coming into play. This will be a new law. And I understand it's going to be removing thousands and thousands of parking spots from many neighborhoods, including my own, that are highly impacted by parking. But when you look at why this is going into place, I hope folks can understand that. And I'll close by saying that on Doris and G Street, it's a great example of when that corner got a crosswalk, which it needed for many, many years, and I appreciate our public works folks for putting it in for students going to school. Then the issue was cars blocking the visibility for cars on Doris of seeing people waiting to cross. And when it was made known that there was no parking to block the vision there, it made a huge difference for folks waiting to cross. And there's plenty of other stories I have from the district where we've had to look at that from an engineering perspective. And so I hope that folks are able to understand and be patient with this law and the intent behind it. So those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you to everyone for your presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Perillo.
I'd like to thank the three individuals that spoke. I just have a few questions and some comments. I appreciate what Councilman Turan has asked. With respect to the new law, AB 43, and I appreciate what he brought up about the red curb, but I'm wondering, at the highest incidence where there's the problem, this is a big issue in a lot of neighborhoods. If we get the neighborhood councils or the INC organization pointing it out to the city, possibly we could look at least painting the highest incidence where this is a big problem. That's a suggestion.
So the intent of the law is to say that it's illegal to park there, and so therefore the red paint is not required. And so to Councilmember Turan's point, somebody who gets their driver's license, somebody who takes the test, somebody who understands that process knows that you're supposed to stop on a stop sign, you're supposed to not park in front of a hydrant. They're now going to know not to park within 15 feet. And so my suggestion is not to pick and choose locations where we think it's more appropriate, because then that becomes a liability question for us. So I would not suggest that that be the case, and we are not proposing to actually paint any red curbs, because it actually will be the law that somebody has to follow.
Excellent point. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. I think that walks into the very next question that I have. When people take the test and get the driver's license. We mentioned that we have the DUI traffic presentations where we will have enforcement. We will have checkpoints and things. I recall one time being very surprised where we had a minimal number of people that were arrested for under the influence, but there were 27 people that were driving vehicles with no license. My question is, what happens to those vehicles and what happens to the people that are driving with no license? Do we at least impound the car?
Yeah, I'll let the police department folks answer that one.
Excellent question. So the first part of it, the DUI checkpoints are not just for finding the impaired drivers. It's also education and a deterrence. If somebody's unlicensed and they come through their checkpoint and their only offense is being unlicensed, state law, we are not impounding vehicles. We have till the end of the checkpoint, roughly 30 minutes or so before we end the checkpoint, to have a licensed driver pick up that vehicle. We prefer the registered owner, but we will work with the driver who's receiving the citation. That unlicensed driver citation is usually correctable. So if they get a license before they go to court, it would probably be dismissed. That's up to the judge. If they're driving on a suspended license for DUI, maybe, their vehicle, we have the discretion to impound their vehicle for that reason. And when I mean impound, I don't say 30-day impound. It would just be overnight until a licensed driver can get the vehicle.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A follow-up on the amount of fatalities, and I appreciate that, but was not the law recently changed with respect to jaywalking in the state of California? So that possibly is something that the public needs to realize. It used to be you get a ticket. Now the law has been changed.
Yes, sir, Councilman Burrell, good point. It's a fair point that a lot of people don't realize that jaywalking, the law's changed. It's no longer as enforceable as it once was. Obviously, if someone is causing a hazard in the roadway, that's different. But straight jaywalking is not a reason for us to make a detention, nor is it illegal for someone to do that. It's at their own discretion, at their own safety. But what that also does is sometimes it empowers people to cross in areas where they're outside of the crosswalk. And again, outside of that sphere of influence where we want them to cross, where it's just designed for them for it to be safer. So we had that conversation recently. We believe that might be an uptick reason as well.
Thank you for the explanation. One last thing, Mr. Kelser. With one of the first slides that you put up, it said managing crossing guards. Is there some sort of a program working hand in hand with school districts the city is getting so we will have more crossing guards, or we have very specific areas where we have crossing guards? How is that working? Because in my mind, I do see strong need for that.
Yes, sir. Actually, the City of Oxnard Police Department actually oversees the crossing guard program. And we're currently in a position where we're trying to work with the city as well as the school district to look into some other avenues of offsetting the cost so that we can pay for more crossing guards currently. So that is something that's actually in the works, and it's on the table that is developing. So we are also looking into that as well, because we find them to be very valuable and important, and the community really respects them and needs them.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. Comments, I have been able to go to some of the sites where the brand-new speed humps have been put in. They seem to be very positive, in my opinion. I did talk to a resident in an area in our neighboring city, Wainimi, where it was a speed bump. He brought up some issues where he thinks it could be done a little bit better. I'll share that with Public Works, but I want to compliment Mr. Kelser for putting a thanks out to the rest of the Public Works, because it's not just the people that come to these meetings that work for the city, it's the guys that are breaking a sweat doing the job, Police Department and Public Works. Is there anything that you can add with respect to the fatalities of bicycles? Are any of them specific to electronic bicycles or electronic scooters? I do get kind of buzzed when somebody passes me appearing, I'm driving within the speed limit and they blow by me. And I'm wondering how they intend to stop. Do we have any data on that?
I don't have data with me right now, particularly for e-bikes. However, anecdotally, I agree with what you're saying there.
Do we cite any of the people writing those things?
So far, year to date, we do have one fatality involving an electronic bicycle. It should be noted that preliminary investigation, we're still conducting an investigation on that collision, but that was a wrong-way bicyclist. I think that was contributing to that. Other than that, there's been no significant increases in e-bike fatalities versus bicycle fatalities.
They must follow the speed limit also. Do we have any records of citing them for excessive speed?
I have no data offhand on how many e-bikes have been cited versus regular bicycles.
Okay. Thank you. And again, the three of you, thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions from the dais for our presenters? No? Thank you very much. Takes us to our second item, which is Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission Annual Report.
Good evening, everybody. I hope I can do this in 8 minutes. That's what I was saying. I have my time. Okay, good. Thank you. My name is Angela Whitecomb. I'm the chair for the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission, and I'm really excited to let you know all the great works that we've been doing on the commission so far, and maybe some things that we're working on presently. We have a slideshow somewhere.
I think we're moving to Plan B, but I'm not sure what that is yet.
Okay, I could get out my Google Drive on my cell phone and tell you what's going on. I can get it started. Give me 5 seconds here. I know how to do this on my computer. It's a little different on the phone. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, fabulous.
We're live with your report.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I just pushed the big button. So our commission comprises of myself, our vice chair, Miguel Fernandez, who's in the Audience, Commissioner Armando Casillas, Oscar Hernandez, and our newest commissioner, Joe Garcia. We had former commissioners included Chris Hernandez, Paul Lemos, and Armando Paredes Uela. The Parks Recreation and Community Service Commission meets every fourth Wednesday of the month, except for the months of August and December. August because of the Cowboys coming into town. Or no, I'm sorry, July and December. July because of the Cowboys coming to town, and December because of all of the holiday festivities. We are an advisory group that talks to you guys and makes recommendations to tell you what's going on and to support the Parks Division and the Recreation Department. So I'm gonna skip through this stuff real quick. So our 24 goals were to try to encourage nonprofits to support parks, create a parks district. This is something I'm trying to do so that our parks and recreation gets a little bit more focused budgetarily. Ormond Beach activation, review fees and revenues, and park ranger program. You haven't heard anything about a park ranger program, but you will be shortly, hopefully. 23 goals were a 5 Points neighborhood park space. We have one. We're working to develop what should go in said spaces because there's 2 of them. A park ambassador program. I hope that you guys hear something about this soon. It was a really large effort to bring community members into the park and make them ambassadors of their parks, working with recreation and the police department to provide a sense of ownership in our parks and to help support staff in keeping them clean and safe, and to report any issues that might be going on with any of the equipment that needs attention. Just more eyes on the park mean more solutions. And increase youth sports fields and participation. We have more sports participants than we have fields for them to play on. More programming in the parks, and obviously to keep our parks cleaner and safer so that our citizens and community members want to use them more frequently. Our ad hoc committees included parks restroom murals for the Community Center Park East and Pleasant Valley. We're hoping to get these Exilus painted because right now they're just gray primer. That's how we ordered them, or we made the recommendation for them to be ordered, is to actually have them installed and then have the community paint murals on them to enhance the parks and to create public art in public spaces. We are working with towards a park ranger program so that our parks are safer. We're making a recommendation that the city actually charge or enforce the parking at Alacoy Beach Park so that we can pay for 2 rangers, one to enforce the parking and pay for the fees, and the other one to actually go in and enforce the city code in the park, no drinking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so that our parks are safe and that our restrooms can be open. Right now, we have more restrooms closed due to vagrancy problems with people going in there and trashing them. So our Parks Department spends a lot of hours cleaning up after them. And then we don't have full-time staff to do nothing but janitorial services. They have other responsibilities also. So we're hoping we can get that done with the police department and get it paid for through the Parks Department. We're working on a 5-point parks planning. That's what I was talking to you about in the Meta District. Park hours, we're reviewing the park hours so that we can keep the parks open longer in different areas if they're well lit and they're a community park, to have them actually open past sunset so that the community can still utilize the activities that are lit up brightest day and lovely to use, especially in the wintertime when it gets dark at 5 and you come home and you want to go for a walk and you have a lit park. you might as well be able to do that safely and legally. And we obviously worked on this report. Some of the great recreation opportunities that we had were skate nights in September and October. I wish I could say that these were continuing, but we don't have skates for everyone, and our citizens don't have skates. To attend this event and to participate, you needed to have your own skates. So those who did come out, it was great. It'd be nice if we could, in the future, actually get some more skates and spread this event around town. It's a fun way to release energy, and we have a lot of really cool pathways that would be open. And we don't have a roller rink in Oxnard, but we do have great weather and nice sidewalks. I went to the Fall Festival, and so did some of the other commissions. The Recreation Department did a great job. They had a great scary tunnel that people went through, and Halloween costume contest. That's always the most adorable thing in town. It was a lot of fun. The Tamale Festival is always great because we can tag along to right after the Christmas parade. You can go and get some food and do some shopping. There was the junior high grad night in May, which the Recreation does a phenomenal job. You get people from the community who volunteer and actually go with the students. I think, did one of you do that this year? No? What? I thought so. So it's a pretty exciting opportunity. And then the Insect Festival, which is my personal favorite because I like to bug everyone. It was really, really cool. My favorite part is always to see the live insects around, because you have an entomologist that comes. I think I said that right, entomologist, and they educate you about all the different species and what's a beneficial insect and what's invasive and what to watch out for. And they'll usually have like a hissing cockroach, which is completely harmless and everybody's afraid of, which is always fun. And then they had really cool pancakes this year with crickets ground up in them for a little added protein. So anyway, the Recreation does a great job with the activities, and this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Recreation does. So I wanted to thank them, and I look forward to all of the reports that they bring to my commission and our commission to let everyone know what's going on and what to look forward to in the future. We had presentations. We recognized a volunteer coach, Tomeo Baez, for his service. We had a teleconference participation, which was fun, on how to do that when it's appropriate. The Brown Act review, I think all of the commissions did this. Youth sports program updates, the ambassador program, the CAG law, bylaws review, restructuring the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services and the Cultural Arts Commission. We looked into what it would be if we were to combine the two commissions. We decided not to move forward on that because in the grand speed of time, the Arts Commission has a very, very hefty load, and so does the Parks and Recreation Commission. And to do those services, they need to have the time that's needed to do those things. And then also we got a campus park update, and we're working with inclusive playgrounds. Some new inclusive playgrounds that we have, or ones that we have now, are Durley Park. Community Park East has received a new all-inclusive playground that's due to open, I think, in 2 weeks. There just was some technical challenges with some of the installation of the playground structures, so they need to make those corrections so that they were safe. And then Wilson Park should be coming 2024, 2025. We have the equipment. We just need to get it out to bid, and I've got a big ask. I'd like to, and it's going to come to the commission. I'm going to bring it up next week, but I'll give you a little sneak peek. I'd like to put a fence around the whole park and open up the whole park and put in the senior center, actually redo the restrooms so that they include an adult changing station. Or special populations is housed at the Wilson Center. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with people with special needs who elope or ever had children who elope, and those are the people who take off. And if you have a fence that they're secured, the family, it's a whole added sense of ease that can help keep those people safe. And I'm talking little ones and seniors. You've got a whole mixed bag of people who wander away. And this is a little added protection in a park that is perfect for it. So our accomplishments. This was a really cool thing. For the second year in a row, Olakoi Beach Park was rated #1 on the West Coast. So good job, Oxnard. You guys rock. We developed a park ambassador program, and the recreation is under legal review. The lawyers are figuring out how to make this work. And then we participated in the Christmas parade, which is always a lot of fun. I enjoy that every year. And I think so did my fellow commissioners. Mr. Lemos was in the back of the truck, as well as Commissioner Fernandez. And it's just a joy to see all the kids out there doing their thing. We wrote a letter of recommendation for the tree grant so we can keep the city cool and green and plant trees that are actually appropriate as opposed to trees that are going to cause problems in the future. We didn't write the grant, we wrote a letter of recommendation. Just make sure I said that clearly. We also made a recommendation for the park ranger program, which I discussed with you earlier, and we opened the Exelou restrooms at Community Park East and the Pleasant Valley Playground. Those are the ones that should have murals coming shortly. And then there was a new playground installed at Brecky Park. We went on an annual parks tour. This was a fun tour where the Parks Department took us around to different parks in the city, and we saw some of the challenges that the city's facing, as well as some of the successes and plans. We went to Neptune Park, we went to Southwinds Park, Durley Park. I had COVID, so I apologize. I was in the background, but with a mask, driving my own car. Where else did we? That's right, 5 Points Northeast and Community Center Park East. Yes, thank you. This is the new playground that the children are breaking the fence down to get into at Community Park East. The end. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any comments from the dais? Councilmember Perello?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. On your Exelou, for the residents, for the city of Oxnard that are paying for this, the Exelou restrooms, can you tell the neighborhood or major cross streets where residents throughout the city may go and check it out?
Yeah. Well, the first one that opened is at Community Park East, commonly known as Lions Park. It is the park that is right behind the community center. And you can go check it out. You push a button and the door opens, and then it closes behind you and music starts, and they tell you you have so much time to do whatever you need to do. It's completely automated. It was one of the I do bathrooms for a living, and this was one of the coolest bathrooms I'd ever been into. So and I don't do these for a living, by the way. This is a completely different monster.
So cross streets would be like Hobson and H?
Yes, and then the other one's at Pleasant Valley Park, which I'm not familiar with the cross streets. Maybe
Justin Way.
Justin Way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Tran?
Councilmember Perello touched a little bit on what I was thinking, just regarding the Exelou. The effort for Exelude actually dates back to my time on the commission back in 2019, and I'm very happy to hear that the effort is still underway to have a community-sourced mural placed onto the facility itself. And I know one of the concerns brought up early on in those discussions was essentially a blank canvas. And I am a firm believer that we should have no blank walls, public-facing blank walls in the city of Oxnard. If we could get our communities to provide input and vision for what they think is going to be relevant and appropriate for them, we can get some really great-looking walls out there. And I think these restrooms are a really great example, especially in parks, which are reflective of their community. And you can have community members themselves who live around there come together, help with the design, help with the painting, and there will also be this sense of ownership of it. And really, really the ownership can help mitigate the any kind of vandalism that might happen against it. And I think in our neighborhoods that have murals, they can attest to that as well, how those murals are respected by community members and not messed with. So I just want to thank you for the report also. There's a lot of really great information, and I look forward to hearing further updates on the things you said are forthcoming. So thank you.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes, with respect to the murals that we'll be looking at, I'm requesting that the mural has no connotation, no connection with any religious affiliation or anything semi-controversial. I mean, we have some of that in a couple spots in the city, and I want to make sure that I'm on the record on that one. So thank you.
You want a separation of church and state? I think we could honor that.
I don't think that's new.
No.
Okay, any other comments? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. I just want to take a second and say thank you to the commission and to city staff. I know they work really hard day in and day out to make our parks look as beautiful as they do now. And we've got green grass and we've got sprinklers working, and I'm really excited. So I just want to take this opportunity and say thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Takes us to our next item, opening ceremonies. Correct, I'm sorry. Opening ceremonies, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilmember Valenzuela Zavala leading us.
Please stand, right hand over your heart, ready, begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. We have one ceremonial item tonight, a presentation of a proclamation designating the month of July 2024 as Parks and Recreation Month. And I'd like to invite Pam Morrison and Olympia Hugo up to the dais, please. So, all the way up.
All the way.
We'll have the rest of you line up in front of the dais if it's okay, so. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Okay, you want Michael Wolf at both? Steve Allen? Okay. Mr. Wolf and Mr. Hallett, you've been summoned. Would you come up to the dais, please? Oh, Michael may have escaped. Okay, while we're out searching the halls for Michael Wolf, we'll go ahead and start. I have a proclamation signed by the mayor of John C. Zaragoza, and it reads, whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout the country, including Oxnard, and whereas parks and recreation programs are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all residents, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and a region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and improve the mental and emotional health of all residents. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas parks and recreation programming and education activities serve our community through after-school care, youth and adult sports, volunteer opportunities, and senior programming and nutrition. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Oxnard recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore I, John C. Zaragoza, I'm doing this on his behalf, the Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim July 2024 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Oxnard, and encourage all residents to enjoy and recognize the social, physical, mental, economic, environmental, and community benefits derived from the City of Oxnard Parks and Recreation programs. And in witness thereof, he has affixed his seal and his signature to this proclamation. I will give you a hand. Does either one of you say anything on behalf of this? There you go. I'll hand that to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and thank you for this, and good evening to everyone, along with fellow council members. I'm Olympia Hugo. I'm one of our recreation supervisors and proudly representing our recreation and community services staff who are here, our assistant director in the crowd, Renee Rakestraw, and then also Assistant Director of Public Works, Steve Howlett, here, and our Community Services Manager, Pam Morrison. And our Director of Cultural and Community Services, Terrell Harrison. And on behalf of all of us, we thank you for designating July as Park and Recreation Month. Where you belong is the theme for 2024. And so nationally, across the US, that's our theme this year. And there's no better way to celebrate Park and Recreation Month than by highlighting the park and recreation professionals who faithfully contribute to the strong, vibrant, and resilient Oxnard community all year long. The services that recreation and parks professionals provide are vital for our community, from caring for open spaces and natural resources to helping fight obesity, providing healthy activities and meals for all of our residents, from our youngest preschoolers to our most wise seniors. Park and Recreation Month encourages everyone to share the many reasons why local recreation programming and park spaces truly embody the essence of belonging. Today's proclamation brings attention to how important it is to support our profession, because every day, people like you and those standing show residents how they belong through the service of equity and overall health and well-being. Here are a few ways that our community members can join us this summer as we highlight where we belong. So next Friday, July 12th, is the annual Kids Fest in celebration of Oxnard PAL, hosted there from 12 to 3 p.m. Many children's activities and resources will be available along with our special guests, Oxnard PD, Oxnard Fire, and of course, City Corps bringing out the wagon train and all the fun. Camp Serendipity is back again this summer. with registration available online so that our parents have an affordable option of childcare during the weeks that school is out. Our MAC program, the Mobile Activity Center, stationed this week at Orchard Park in the mornings, College Park in the afternoon, and the rest of the summer we'll be rotating through different parks every week with free activities, again for youth, engaging our families and our young ones while school is out. Community cinema will also launch back, so our movies in the park will come back at the end of July. So look out for that. We will hand out at the back of the room our updated free summer program flyer so that our residents here and then also those online, you can find it. Follow us on at Oxnard Rec on Instagram and then also on Facebook so you can see all the updated programming. And so much of our programming is subsidized by the city of Oxnard. And so we hope that you'll celebrate with us and also stand and see where you belong. I think it's so fitting that there's a youth soccer team who's here in the council chambers this evening, just all the different activities and programs that not just our staff, but that our community bring and fill our parks with. So happy July. And if you'd like to call the office for more information, the recreation office is right down the hall. Phone number is 805-385-7995. You can also email us at oxnardrec, REC, at oxnard.org. Or visit us on social media. Instagram is very popular, so at Oxnard Rec. And we'll see you there. Bye.
Thank you very much. And as they pass out, or walk out, not pass out, as they walk out, please say thank you to all of them for the work they do for our community to keep our parks and recreation programs moving and lively. So thank you all for your efforts. Okay, thank you. That takes us to item E, public comments on items not on the agenda but under the purview of this committee. And I have 7 requests to speak so far. First one is Kevin White.
Hi, good afternoon. I'd like to start out by asking a question. Does the city of Oxnard recognize Juneteenth as a holiday?
Unfortunately, we can't engage in discussion because of the Brown Act, but we can get a staff member to try and address
Okay,
it.
well, it is a federal and a state holiday, and I believe it was on June 4th that the city council passed a agenda item recognizing it as a holiday. And that brings me to the reason I'm here, is that on Juneteenth, I was parked in front of my house, and I started to move my car, then I realized, oh no, it's a holiday. And as you see, the street parking sign, the bottom words on here says, except holidays, okay? So I was given a citation anyway, even though it was a holiday. I called and talked to, I believe his name was Michael Jens, he's a police officer with the city of Oxnard, and he told me that he did not have the authority to take back the citation, which I used to be a peace officer, and part of my collateral duties was citations. And I think it's very odd that the city of Oxnard can't take back a citation because I was always able to take back, it's at the officer's discretion. But anyway, not just for myself, but for any resident of Oxnard, the city should not be issuing citations on holidays because it doesn't say, he tried to say, well, we don't have the day off, so it's not a holiday. Well, not having the day off doesn't mean it's not a holiday. I worked for the county we didn't get Veterans Day off for several years. We finally did, but for a lot of years, we didn't get Veterans Day off because it wasn't negotiated in our contract. And the fact that we didn't get the day off didn't mean it wasn't a holiday. It just meant we didn't get the day off. It hadn't been negotiated. So unless you're going to say, except holidays recognized by the city of Oxnard, it doesn't say that. It says except holidays. And Juneteenth is a holiday. And so the city of Oxnard should not be giving citations on Juneteenth or any holiday that is a federal and state holiday. And I think that you need to give some guidance. And the gentleman I talked to, Mr. Jens, he told me that I needed to speak to somebody else above him because he didn't have the authority to reverse the citation. So that's why I'm here talking to you, because I believe you probably do have the authority to have the citation reversed. And I would like somebody to get back in touch with me and clarify this item. I haven't paid the citation yet. I was waiting until after I talked to you today before I paid it. It says on there that I can take it up with the issuing agency, and in the it's like in the interest of justice or something like that, it can be reversed by the issuing agency. And so I'm here asking for the city to instruct the police department to reverse this and also to stop issuing citations on holidays.
I'm going to direct you to Assistant Chief Williams in the back of the room, accompanied by Commander Fernandez, and I believe they can work with you on this issue.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is John Barrick.
Good evening. As I noted on June 18th, and only now was publicly corrected by city officials on June 27th, the authority for giving street sweepers what amounted to a $60 to $70 per hour raise through a contract was mistaken because Assembly Bill 1886 Cooper had not been passed, a fact which was clearly stated in the legislative record in 2022, a full year before the city of Oxnard approved giving street sweepers the prevailing wage. Now the city plans to seek the guidance of the Department of Industrial Relations, knowing full well the DIR had already made their opinions known in 2021 when an analogous issue came up with the city of Elk Grove, which is located near Sacramento. While the DIR's opinion to Elk Grove was not binding on any other city in California, Oxnard officials have now unnecessarily decided to attach themselves to the same opinion by seeking the DIR's approval to overpay these taxpayer-funded contractors instead of trying to find alternate solutions that don't cost Oxnard residents millions of dollars. I will explain. In 2021, Elk Grove sought bids for the contracted services of a street sweeper. The winning contractor challenged Elk Grove, and the city sought guidance from the DIR. The DIR determined that, in their opinion, street sweepers were to be paid the prevailing wage. However, because the DIR is an administrative body only, as opposed to a legislative one, their opinion can only carry weight if a city stipulates to the DIR's authority, which we learned last week that Oxnard city officials just did. Thus, we have now learned that city officials have decided to bind themselves to an opinion that calls for the city to unnecessarily spend $2 million instead of trying to find solutions to avoid spending that money. No other city in Ventura County requires that street sweeping contractors or subcontractors receive the prevailing wage. In fact, the majority of cities in California don't pay street sweepers the prevailing wage. Recently, the Ventura County Taxpayers Association contacted the city of Elk Grove and were surprised to learn that despite the DIR's opinion, Elk Grove was not paying street sweepers the prevailing wage. Because the dramatic increase in cost to taxpayers was so great, city officials there quickly devised a solution that saved millions of dollars. It appears that no attempts were made by Oxnard city officials to contact other cities, including Elk Grove, to learn how they have dealt with this issue. VCTA was grateful for the opportunity to meet with Oxnard city officials on June 24th. At that meeting, I was asked why this mattered to me so much. Oxnard residents are mostly blue-collar workers who work hard to provide for their families and trust that their city officials aren't unwisely spending their hard-earned tax dollars. In the coming years, costly major upgrades to the city's infrastructure are going to be required. City officials should be planning on how to accomplish those goals without raising taxes and fees. Dramatically and unnecessarily increasing the salary of street sweepers is counterproductive to that goal. As a citizen of this city and a representative of VCTA, I urge you to work on a solution. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Javier Gomez.
Good evening, members of the City Council of the City of Oxnard. My name is Javier Gomez, and I came tonight in support of some young men who champion the spirit that Cesar Chavez shared, and that is that we must invest in the future of our children to empower them, to inspire them, and to give them hope. And how we do that is what we do as a community to support them and to help them realize dreams and for them to achieve the greatness that we as a community represent. Our city, who cares enough to invest in our children. We have a soccer team that, thanks to them, went to Hawaii, came back as champions. Well, working with youth, I see the tremendous value and importance for our city to rally behind these young men and to continue their dream, because they have another championship that's forthcoming to fly to Florida to compete against other young men like themselves. And to me, I came here tonight because I want you to, as a city council, to really see the value and the importance of how we must invest in them. As Cesar Chavez said, the way we change our community is by creating great leaders. And thanks to the City Council recognizing the Parks and Recreation Department's importance in our city and the impact that it has, we must invest in that. We must invest in children that have dreams and that one day will be sitting in City Council as the mayor, as a City Council member, or as an attorney, or as a clerk, because we know that we need everyone in our community to be supported. And so I challenge any of our financially well-endowed residents of our city, our business people, to look into investing and donating to these young men so that they can realize their dream and come back to Oxnard and make Oxnard proud of the fact that they have champions. Pacifica High School is a state champion in football. And there's a big banner right there that represents that. And for us to champion that is important. I work with youth for the past 51 years trying to do that. Not with charging any of my kids to learn anything that I do, but because it is the right thing to do. We as a community must always continue the good fight to empower those who have the need to become greater than what we are. And so investing in these young men and women and their parents who are behind me, they're proud and they want to give more pride to our city. So let us support them, and that's what I came for.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we can't have. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please no more outbursts. But I was going to ask all the young men and anybody involved in the team to stand up so we can applaud them and recognize them. Please.
Just by show of hands, flying to Hawaii, was any of you, was that your first airplane ride? If it was, please show your hands, if it was. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you. And Mr. Gomez, I'll be in contact with you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Selena Zacharias.
Good afternoon to Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, City Council members and staff. My name is Selena Zacarias, longtime resident of the City of Oxnard, and I'm here on behalf of the Port of Wainimi. It's on?
There you go.
It's green. I'm here as your president of the Oxnard Harbor District, Port of Wainimi Commissioners, and I'm here along with my fellow commissioner, Mr. Jesse Ramirez. And these young men are your Far West Region champions. They came to the Port of Hueneme a couple of weeks ago because they needed help. They needed sponsorship funding to get them to Hawaii. And the port stepped up to the plate with about $26,000, and their trip cost them $48,000. And Anna Capafresh, one of our customers at Port of Hueneme, stepped up with some additional funding, as well as other community partners. But you should be very proud of these young men, because they not only competed with different teams in the state of California, but different teams throughout 10 western states. And that, my friend, that's how they competed in Hawaii and became the Far West Regional Champions. And now they have an opportunity to fly out to Orlando, Florida later this month to compete in the national championships in their group age, which is 14 years and younger. And I really hope that we, the city of Oxnard, step up to the plate and help these kids get there, because we know that team sports, as like you were just recognizing the Parks and Rec, that is very impactful on our youth. It's not just about going out and having fun and kicking a ball, but it's about leadership development. It's about team development, learning to work together, learning to work with different ethnicities, different backgrounds. So I really hope that you all, people watching us on TV, as well as you, city council members and other businesses out in our community, can step up to the plate and help write some checks to help get these kids to Florida. Thank you so much.
And I appreciate all the enthusiasm, but I'm going to ask you to refrain from clapping, please. Next speaker will be Jess Ramirez.
Can I take her a minute? Because she only used 2 minutes. Anyway, good evening, Pro Tem Mayor, City Council people. When they came before us asking us for money, I asked them, who sent you here? He says, Mayor Zaragoza. Did he give you any money? No, they don't have any money to give, but they sent us here, which is the best thing that he did, because now we have adopted our own family here, okay? Champions. So, I'm the fundraiser guy. We need $36,900 to send these champions to Florida. And we are here so we can let the city know that this city is known for producing champions. You know, you look in the past, we produce boxers, we send people to the Olympics from this city. So we have a really good reputation. So we don't want to tarnish that reputation. I think that we can continue doing so. When they went to Hawaii, they played 6 games, and they competed with the best teams from 10 western states. Now they're going to go to Florida, and they're going to be competing against teams from the 4 regions of the United States, which is the Midwest, the East Coast, and the South, and of course, you know, now they represent the West Coast. So I know that a lot of us don't have a lot of money, but we have friends that do. And you know, and we are surrounded here by multi-million-dollar agriculture corporations. We know we have them at the docks, but I'm gonna take care of the corporation at the docks, because I worked there for 51 years. But I know that all of you have friends who work for Haas, for Mission Avocados, for Amazon, and I'm sure that we can make some friendly phone calls and ask them for a contribution to send our kids to Orlando, Florida. And that's all I'm asking, okay? I know that the city has a lot of issues that deal with the streets and homelessness and whatever, all right? So we're not asking for money from the city, okay? We're asking for money from your friends, okay? I know that I'm calling my friends from the Elks, from the Knights of Columbus, you know, from different service clubs. And I think that if we all work together as a community, as a village, we can raise the money and send these kids to Orlando. So with that, I bid you good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gabriela Renteria.
Sorry, we're a little bit nervous. Hi, Rose.
You'll be fine.
My name is Gabriela Renteria. I'm one of the proud parents of one of these awesome champions sitting behind me today. And I was appointed to this late last night, so bear with us. Well, we're here. I'm a first, generation, born and raised, very proud Oxnard resident. Here before everyone and all the residents in Oxnard, just asking for everyone's support for these amazing children that we deserve to go to Orlando, Florida. It's a prestigious tournament, and so. But more than anything, I kind of want to request for Isaiah to come out here and share a little bit about his experience in Hawaii and what that did to him, so that you can kind of all get an idea of what this next opportunity for us in Orlando can do to these amazing young adults here. So, Isaiah.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Garcia. I'm the goalkeeper for this soccer team. My overall experience in Hawaii was amazing, and for us to win it, I feel like it impacted Oxnard good, because in Oxnard there's a lot of talent here, but I feel like what holds that talent back is financial problems. Most people here can't afford a soccer club or afford academies or to go anywhere. And that's why I feel like if we can win this championship, it can get Oxnard the recognition that it has, and can show other people that we have something and we have talent. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
That's just one example of what everyone's help can do to these children. Did you want to add anything?
You pretty much said it all. I'm sorry, my name is Juan Renteria. I am also the dad of one of the kids that is here to ask for your support. A lot of these kids' parents are farm workers. So.
Sorry, it hits home.
I know it does.
It hits home. So we won't make it too
long.
Too long.
So with that, I should say everything. So anything you guys can do for the team would be greatly appreciated.
I think that's all we have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Councilman, please.
So if anybody wants to donate, we're going to open a GoFundMe page, and it's going to be under Oxnard FC Orlando, and that's where any contributions will be gladly accepted through that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Perla.
I was just texted a message. I was asked, is this a school team? Is this a blend of school teams? Can somebody answer that?
Oxnard Community.
Oxnard Community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Walter Hagedorn.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Walter Hagedorn. I'm the chair of the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council. This sort of a mundane or a sort of in the weeds issue. It's about the local coastal plan that we have, but it's part of Oxnard's coastal zones where we have to abide by what the Coast Commission says. And about 10 years ago, they wanted to update our coastal plans based on sea level rise and other things. That has been going on for 10 years now. There's been a lot of controversy. But the two issues have come up recently, which one came up at your last meeting, and Councilman Perillo had asked that possibly this be put on the agenda, and that is the local coastal plan for Oxnard Shores is one that had not been put into the city records. It's one that really got sort of lost because of the agreements that were done in the city back in 1988. Those, I hope we can get that onto the agenda. The second issue came about last about a week ago when I received a memo from, not personally, but was made aware of a memo by the county of Ventura that said that they were going to, had a draft that was ready to go to the Coast Commission in the fall. And they were giving till July 20th, which is 3 weeks from now, for public review. They also had indicated that Oxnard was part of that. I sent an email out last week, which you probably received, which said that this was different than what we had expected from our discussions with the city planning back a month ago when we had a meeting. I want to thank Kathleen Mallory for setting that straight. She sent me an email yesterday saying that we are not going to be following the Ventura local coastal plan drafts, and that is encouraging, and that we're going to have some time for public input. But however, as an architect of 40 years, I did go over the code revisions for Ventura, and they're very unrealistic, and they could be very damaging for Oxnard. And since it looks like they're only going to give 3 weeks for input, and it will probably go to the Coast Commission, that means that Silver Strand, Hollywood Beach, and the rest of Ventura County are going to have restrictions that are going to be hopefully vastly different than ours. And I just wanted to point out that, one, we're very happy that we have real cooperation with the planning department, and Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council is looking forward to working with the city on this, but that what's happening in the county is really problematic right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, did we hear from J. Grant Kennedy?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, Grant Kennedy is online right now. Grant, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. This is Grant Kennedy. Thank you so much. You know, I wanted to talk to you for a second because I see such huge potential in Oxnard, but the issue I'm calling about is the slow delay in processing of permits for building, for changes. And it's so important to people. You've got a community which has, I see the community as having what I call great gold, which is this cooler temperature. It's always been a hindrance to the community in the past. I mean, if you ask why Newport Beach is what Newport Beach is, why Marina Del Rey is what Marina Del Rey is.
Is he still with us, or?
Yes, he's still here, but something's wrong with his microphone. Grant, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Grant, would it be possible for you to disconnect and dial back? We lost you. Thank you.
Okay, are you there?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there. Yeah, I was just saying, please pause, put more money into your permits. It's revenue. People pay money for permits. Get more staff. Right now, it's so painful. People don't want to go through the process. Please, see the potential to improve, to put the facelift, to put the makeup on this community that so richly deserves, so the people who live there now can benefit by the price increases that will follow.
Sorry, Grant, we lost the connection again.
We'll wait 20 more seconds, see if he comes back, and then. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any other requests to speak on items not on the agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person.
Okay, thank you very much. That will take us to item F, report of the city manager. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you. I have no updates at this meeting, though we do have the one continuing urgency item that I need the council's approval on, please.
Okay, we do have one action item that's a continuing action item. Council have any questions about that issue? What's the pleasure of council?
I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Perrello, a second by Valenzuela Zavala. Please vote.
No comments.
No, anybody have any comments? I asked.
Public.
Oh, public comments. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, there's no public speakers virtually or in person.
Okay, please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. This takes us to item G, City Council, Housing Authority, Successor Agency, Business Committee reports. Do the council members have any items they wish to report out on? Councilmember Tran?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just one item real quickly, a reminder for folks that on July 10th, which is next Wednesday, there will be a Fremont South Neighborhood Council meeting, 6 p.m. at the Police Activities League on South K Street. It's across the street from the previous Oxnard Union High School District office and across from Fire Station 1. The agenda will be covering parking permit programs, curb cut, as well as some of the pros and cons of each of those items for addressing impacted parking within that neighborhood. But if anyone's interested in hearing the information, it is fairly universal and translates to other neighborhoods as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Madrigal?
Just have a safe 4th of July.
Yeah, thank you. Councilwoman Basua?
Got no comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Perrello?
Thank you. Had the opportunity to attend the Carty Park. I did see Councilmember Valenzuela there also. Tremendous turnout. It was an event for the softball teams, but also the city made a presentation about getting the public's comment and input. Tremendous turnout, again. Attended the VRSD board meeting in Fox Canyon. I want to assure the residents of Oxnard that the representative for the M&I, which is municipal and industrial, Mr. Tony Tremblay, the mayor of Camarillo, is advocating that any people that are in arrears or not paying the bills, that there is no more slip and slide as far as going after the money that's earned. And I think that's, it is a major change from the past practices, in my opinion, having served on the board. And I think it's a good thing, and it's a benefit to all the residents of Oxnard. My comment a little earlier about religious icons. There has been, in the past, religious icons put on public property. It turns out there is no policy in the city of Oxnard, and I believe it should be addressed in the future, but that's why I made the comment. We don't need anything else to separate the community, and it was just a unique situation. When it came to my attention, it was right after what happened in the Gaza Strip in October. The question of the gentleman with the ticket on the holiday, my understanding is that that holiday was voted on by the union's contracts, whether it's honored in the city, but I think the gentleman brought up some excellent points, and it's, I believe, worth looking into. I hope that we do look into it. The reason that I asked the question about if any of them had been in an airplane, having never been on an airplane, to your first airplane ride is to Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii. That's a tremendous thing. I remember my first airplane ride, and it happened to be when I took my first parachute jump. So there's always things that you remember, and I'm sure that gentleman will remember his airplane ride. And that's it. Thank you very much.
I'm glad the kids are not here for that.
Councilmember Valenzuela-Zavala, you got a hard act to follow, but it's your turn.
Yes. Actually, my first trip on an airplane was to Hawaii for my sister's high school graduation. So, yes. So first thing I wanted to say, I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, but congratulations to the Oxnard Football Club, who won their 6 games in Hawaii for being Far West Regional Championships. And I think on that note, there's been some discussion coming from some folks in my district and just in the general community about our dawn to dusk policy in our parks. Seeing as it goes to the fall and winter, it gets dark soon after 5 p.m. and I think we have to have that conversation and move forward on it about if we should be extending our park hours to later in the evening, and also having the conversation of lighting for some of our parks. 'Cause my understanding, I have one person tell me that their own club, just for their own age division, spend about $800 a year just on portable lights to have their children practice during the fall and winter. So that's one thing I wanted to discuss, and that's seeing as it's just one club and one team, how many teams are spending thousands of dollars on proper lighting for their children's practice. I also got to attend Oxnard Pride this weekend at Plaza Park. It was its 5th year. I was happy to see how much it's grown over the years and several community members throughout Oxnard. I also got to stop by Carty Park, where Councilman Aparello stopped by to, which was conveniently at the same time as the Mermaid Softball League closing ceremonies. So there were several young girls and women there who were getting input on the new park. This past Saturday, I was able to vote with my niece. I let her tell me how to vote, so that's where my vote went. And then on July 17th, District 6 will be having a town hall at the South Oxnard Center. So looking forward to seeing several residents, neighborhood, and community members just joining us. And the last thing I just wanted to state, in May, we as a council unanimously voted 7-0 to support keeping the law SB 1137, which was supposed to be on the ballot this November. But as of last Wednesday, June 26, it became public that the promoter of that referendum, California Independent Petroleum Association, took their referendum off the November ballot. So the 3,200-foot setback for new oil wells became the law that was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, but we can still expect that to be challenged in court in the near future. But thank you for my peers for siding with vulnerable communities and protecting Oxnard neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrella.
Just one more thing, ladies and gentlemen. The current edition of the Tri-County Century, there are 3 pages of unclaimed funds, $37,000 for jury duty service that the people didn't cash the checks. It will be turned into the county if you don't pick up your check. It's worth checking out.
Thank you. That takes us to item J, the information consent agenda. Do any council members wish to pull any items on info consent for discussion? Councilmember Tran? Bless you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to just make a disclosure for item J7, the animal services agreement. I just want to disclose that because of my professional work, my day job, I do work with the County of Ventura, and even though we had this agreement come to us before, I was not disqualified in commenting or voting on it, but I do want to make that disclosure, and we have it here for that technical update on that, is the just that I am disclosing I do work with the county. So, excuse me, I do contract work with the county.
Thank you very much. Any other requests on info consent item? No? What's the pleasure of council?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can just do a further clarification on that statement by Councilmember Turan. So the reason that he can participate in this county-related item, even though he does work for the county, is that the animal control or animal services agreement has to do with a completely different department than the department he works with at the county. So under the Fair Political Practices Commission rules, he may participate and vote on this item.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, yes, we have one public speaker, Angela Whitecomb.
Okay. Ms. Wycombe?
Good evening. I'm Angela Whitecomb. I'm also the chair for the downtown PBID that you guys are looking at and whether you would like to participate again. And I just wanted to encourage the city to continue its support for the downtown management district. It makes a big difference in keeping the downtown safe, clean, and providing activities to build community and business in the downtown. We are also working to expand it and create housing. This is really, really important. Without having the downtown district, the downtown would not look like it does today. And I think that most of you are aware. If you want to know what we don't touch, just take a walk in the parking structure. And then imagine that throughout the downtown. So please take a look at this and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher, any other comments?
So just noting before a motion is made and voted on that that particular item that was just commented on, J4, that is a vote for the City Council, the Parking Authority, and the Oxnard Housing Authority.
Okay. Council understands that on J4, we'll be voting as three different bodies, but it'll be one combined vote, correct? Okay. What's the pleasure of council?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilwoman Basua, a second by Councilmember Perrello. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to item K, public hearings. And we will start with the only item on our subject K1. This is a public hearing on renewal and expansion of the Oxnard Downtown Management District. And the recommendation is that City Council, one, conduct a public hearing concerning the renewal and expansion of the Oxnard Downtown Management District, also called District, and tabulate the ballots for and against its renewal. If a weighted majority of the ballots are in support of the renewal of the district, adopt a resolution renewing the district and levying assessments in the district for fiscal year 2024, 2025 to fiscal year 2028 to 2029. This item did not originate in committee, and there was pursuant to Measure M, a pre-recorded presentation on the city's YouTube channel, and Mr. Emilio Ramirez is here for any clarification for council if anyone has any questions. Okay, not seeing anything. This is the time and place set for a public hearing on item K1. And the subject is a public hearing on the renewal and expansion of the Oxnard Downtown Management District. And I've read the recommendations already, so Madam City Clerk, can we have the notice of public hearing that was given, please?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on June 13th, 2024, and the City Clerk's office did not receive written communications on this item.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you if any council members have had any ex parte or other communications regarding this item that they would need to declare for the record. Councilmember Tran?
None.
Councilmember Madrigal?
None.
Councilwoman Basua?
None.
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 I have none. Thank you very much. Do any members of the council have any questions for staff regarding this item? No? Okay. We will now open the public hearing for public testimony. Anyone wishing to speak, please fill out a speaker's card with the city clerk. If you own property within the district, please identify that property address. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do not have any speakers on this item.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, if we have no public comments, is it now appropriate time to close the public hearing?
Well, I believe that we should make it clear that prior to closing the public input portion of the public hearing, whether any property owner within the district who has not submitted their assessment ballot, now is the time to do so. Your ballot must be turned in now prior to the close of the public input portion of the public hearing. So let's give a few moments to see if anybody comes up and wants to submit their ballot.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
and City Attorney's Office. That direction that the City Attorney just gave, I think also applies to myself personally as a representative of the Housing Authority and the City Manager, Alex, as a representative of the city and the Parking Authority. And so I believe we need to fill out the ballot and submit it per the direction of the City Attorney's Office that he just offered. Yes, this is yours. I'm not, it's a secret ballot, okay? It's like closed. It actually depends, Alex, on whether you're paying the assessment on behalf of the Housing Authority or we are.
Okay. Councilmember Tran?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I know that there was a call for questions of staff, and then we moved into the public testimony portion here, and now we're on the portion where we're having the items filled out by any property owners. And Mr. Ramirez, you just made an important statement here, and I'm just wondering, just so the public viewing this can be clear on why it is that you and the city manager had to fill in, just structurally why that is within the city and within the Housing Authority.
I mean, essentially it comes down to the basic that both the city, the Parking Authority, and the Housing Authority own property within the assessment district, the Toyo Assessment District. And so we are a representative of that property ownership, therefore permitted a vote.
Thank you.
We would also be assessed a payment, and we would have to pay that payment as well.
Thank you for that explanation.
And that was the item that was on consent that Ms. Whitcomb commented on, was the determination of how to have these gentlemen cast that vote.
Okay, not seeing any other ballots coming forward or seeing any other requests for public comment, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
who made the motion, please?
Councilmember Turan, and the second was by Councilmember Perrello.
Vice
versa. Okay, 50-50 chance, and I blew it.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. It was a fast motion. Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, the public hearing is closed. We will now tabulate the ballots. Who's our tabulation team? Okay, And while they're tabulating these ballots, we'll table this item, go to the next item on the agenda, and come back when the tabulation is complete. Thank you. This takes us to item L1. Subject is Police Department, and the subject is the Police Department 2023 Annual Military Equipment Use Report. Recommendation is that the City Council, one, receive the Police Department's annual report concerning its inventory and use of military equipment in accordance with Government Code Sections 7070-7075. Two, approve the renewal of the City of Oxnard Ordinance 3014, which is codified in Oxnard City Code Section 2-112 as the city's military equipment policy, as required by Government Code Section 7071(e)(1). Three, approve the continuing authorization for the funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment by the Oxnard Police Department's military equipment inventory as required by Government Code Section 7071(e)(2). And four, approve the acquisition and use of the following military equipment items. A, one Transcend tactical robotic device. B, 19 40mm projectile launchers. C, 22 .223 caliber rifles. And D, 560 40mm projectile rounds and 8 sponge round training kits. Do council members have any requests or comments for staff? Councilmember Perrello.
Just one. Thank you for this item. Can you please explain why this particular item is on the agenda identified as military equipment, and we have it stated as required by Government Code 7071(e)(1)? A little detail on why some people jump to the wrong, in my opinion, conclusion?
Yes, the
Thank you.
Sorry, sir. The legislation came into effect in January 1st of 2022 with AB 481, and that was written into effect stating that certain items that the police department has qualify as military equipment. Unfortunately, it's a very misleading title. The equipment, most of the equipment the police department has had and has used for decades now. Most of the equipment, we take drones for example. If you walked into a Best Buy, purchased a drone, perfectly fine. If as the police department walked in, bought the exact same drone, that's labeled military equipment now. So because of the government code sections 7070 through 7075, it labels a lot of items we have as military equipment, as I said, even though they are not military equipment.
And the legislature at the state is the one that, with signature, signing off with the governor and stuff, that's what did that change?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? No, I have one request to speak by Mr. Brian Rodriguez. Okay, and I'll come back to you. Brian Rodriguez.
Good afternoon again, and to kind of add on to Councilmember Perrello's question, if you read the bill AB 481 that requires this, report, the first paragraph actually states, the acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts the public safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risk to civilian rights, civil liberties, physical and psychological well-being, and increment of significant financial cost. Military equipment is more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risks and impacts of police militarization are experienced most acutely in marginalized communities, end quote. And so I would respectfully disagree with some of the comments that have been stated. I think in reality, this bill and this report is really just about transparency and acknowledging some of the poor practices of the past and really moving forward in a way that respects all members of this community. And with all due respect, I actually think this bill didn't go far enough. For example, I think last year, there was a comment made of, well, what qualifies as military equipment? I agree, maybe the term military equipment could have been changed to military style equipment, but regardless, these items have had, unfortunately, a significant impact in communities of color. And there are some jurisdictions that have actually asked their departments to, report on other devices that were missed from the bill. So I think last year someone mentioned police cars. I'm glad they didn't include that one. But the city of San Diego actually included night vision equipment and infrared sighting system usage. And so I don't know if the Oxnard Police Department has any of that material because it's not in this report. And the reason why I think it's important that folks know is because, again, unfortunately, in the past, some of these materials were used to target protesters and, not in the way that I think really served our community. And so, again, I would just say, I hope you consider not only that part of it, which unfortunately wasn't mentioned in the report, but also consider what other equipment is out there that, our department has that has unfortunately been used, in a negative way. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And the one thing I forgot to mention was that pursuant to Measure M, there was a pre-recorded message on the city's video or YouTube channel. Councilmember Tran, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just real quickly regarding this particular item, I believe part of the legislation does require community outreach and community presentation at least annually about the use of military equipment, or similar to what we have here in front of us in the council. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And we held that recently?
Yes, we held that on June 10th, I believe it was, in this room.
Yes, and I only bring that up because I appreciate the number one, that this legislation has a goal of more transparency, and part of that is community outreach, which I'm a huge advocate for. I hope that as time goes on here, the community who has a stake or an interest in this topic will come out to those presentations, not just these public meetings, but that public meeting. As I understand it, we had 4 members in the audience that evening who were fairly engaged in the conversation. And so I just want to thank you for not only doing that because the legislation says we have to do it, but having it be a meaningful conversation with the folks who were in attendance. And again, I hope those who have an interest will come out to at least that meeting, if not these several public meetings that we'll be having on the topic. My next thing here is just a little bit of where I personally feel that this legislation steps on its own feet and stumbles a little bit. In underserved or challenged communities, there's certainly a history of wrongs done to community members and community members who have lost their lives from using lethal tactics or going to the full force where someone is unfortunately lost because of that action. And because of that, we look at what are our less lethal means, and I imagine there's probably some sort of decision-making process or escalation of force that our police officers would have to use their judgment to decide what is the appropriate level of force to use with a given incident. And so we look at less lethal options, and we have like what's here: light, sound, divisionary devices, flashbangs, chemical agents, otherwise known as tear gas, pepper balls, and what's called beanbag shotguns, or these shotguns that shoot projectiles that are actually meant to hurt a person, but not intended to kill them, not intended to be lethal. They're intended to be less lethal. And I only bring these up, and this is where I feel the legislation steps on its own feet, in that I want officers to go with the least level of force that they can utilize in order to gain control of a situation or a subject. And let's say that I, as a council member, said, I'd like to bring a motion forward to ban all use of military equipment based on the legislation. And let's say I got a second and we voted on that, and now our police department has no access to any military equipment. Well, now I've cornered you into using only lethal means and maybe the taser. I think that might be military equipment, is it? It's not included? Okay, so we'd have that, and then I guess sidearms and maybe a few other a few other options, but everything I just named is listed in this legislation as being military equipment. So I would have essentially, in title, banned military equipment, but I would also tied your hands in less lethal options for any given situation. And so I hope that gets reassessed by the legislature, because whatever it's called, military equipment, tactical equipment, military stuff, whatever they want to call it, if we have the less lethal means that are being asked of police agencies to resort to, and yet we are calling them things that people are asking police not to use, it's a contradiction of what our efforts are here, if I'm making sense on that. So my last thing here is regarding the drones. And at a recent update from our fire chief regarding the fire that happened at the sun-kissed packing house, it was mentioned that the drones were utilized to go into the structure before it was deemed safe for people to go in there, to assess the situation, look at some of the structural damage, to see what was safe, what was unsafe, but also to ensure that there were no people who were inside when that structure fire happened. And it never occurred to me that that was yet another use that these drones could have. And as was mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the drones are off-the-shelf, consumerly available drones, but when we purchase them, when our police department purchases them, they are labeled military equipment, even though it's one and the same SKU number, same everything off the shelf. And so for folks to characterize drones as military equipment, they don't have rocket launchers or armaments attached to them. They are meant to, again, assess the situation and try and keep everybody involved safe, whether that be police department or any subject who is, part of that incident. And so it's just another example I want to give of, if I said, hey, no more military equipment, drones would be included in that. And that would give us less tools to do things with less lethal or non-lethal means. So those are my comments. I didn't actually have any questions, did I, for you? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Valenzuela Zavala.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I just wanted to ask a question that the speaker had mentioned. Does the city of Oxnard have night vision or infrared equipment?
We do have night vision equipment. I don't believe we have infrared technology.
All right, thank you. And I guess for next year's report, is it possible for us as a council to request specific equipment as well that the Oxnard Police Department may have as well when it comes to this report, even if it doesn't fall on the state legislation?
Yes. Do you want?
Thank you.
Just to clarify, specifically, this is a requirement by the legislature. However, if the city council would like any specific information regarding the equipment that we have, they're obviously able to do that. I don't know if it'd necessarily be appropriate to bring it up during this report because there's specific legislature requirements to bring up before the legislative body.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perillo.
Thank you for the item. I know that this can be an item that generates some passion, some extreme passions. My view is this. We have tools and equipment in the city of Oxnard. We also have employees, human beings. We have canine dogs that work for the city of Oxnard. We have all kinds of tools and human beings working for the city of Oxnard. For example, if there was a call for shots fired at my home and shots were fired, I would expect people to show up prepared for the unknown. When, as all councilmen receive the information of some police activity where they're collecting assault rifles off the street or a parent looking for assault rifles, which they're not used for deer hunting, to my knowledge. Having had grandparents that did that, they didn't use assault rifles. They didn't need assault pistols. But when the type of things that we do have some questioning, night vision, drones, replacement of rifles. I can tell you that if a resident calls me and there's shots fired, they may expect me to show up and take care of the situation, but I assure you, I'm not going to show up and take care of the situation. I'd screw it up. I'd get in the way. I'm not trained for it, and frankly, I'm not brave enough for it. But the issue that comes up is the people that we have working for us, I expect to be taken care of just the same as the equipment that we own in the city of Oxnard. I don't want somebody tearing up our equipment. I don't expect to have people going out to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the city and not be protected with whatever is available to protect them. I do understand the concept of, and factually, certain times, certain areas in this nation, not just the city, in this nation, abuses have occurred. The position of the 7 of us up here is to hold the city manager and the city attorney accountable. If we have problems with enforcement and abuses, we hold them accountable. I believe the training that we have under the management that we have in place is very good. I'm not ashamed, I'm proud, and I feel very safe that if those gunshots were fired in my house, somebody would respond, if a call is made, to take care of it and not put themselves at abnormal risk because they didn't have what they needed. If it's at night, you're damn right, I want somebody with night visions. If they don't have to get in there, I want a drone. I want everything. I want that guy, or I want the man or woman to go home to their family in one piece. Resolve the situation, go home in one piece, not hurt. I support this. I think it is and I'm not trying to, but it sure as hell sounds like I'm grandstanding here. I think it was the dumbest thing going to call this stuff military grade at the legislature where they don't face the music of having to go out when something's going wrong. And finding out that they're, as the television news says, outgunned. When we see kids, 13, 14-year-olds, automatic weapons, ghost guns, assault rifles, and we see that stuff, I don't want my cops going out with whatever they need to protect themselves and me and everybody else in the city of Oxnard. Those are my comments. I do support the other council members' comments, but I needed to get that on the table because I don't know that anybody else that's on this council, except for a former police chief, that has the guts to go out and try and defuse a situation. I know that he's in a situation where he's extremely intelligent and he would probably call a cop, the same as I would do. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
I apologize, Mayor Pro Tem. Just to clarify, to answer Councilmember Valenzuela's question, some of our drones are equipped with thermal imaging, and that is what Fire Chief Hamilton had spoke about in regards to checking for the sun-kissed fire, as well as to establishing heat sources so where they could direct their water resources to extinguish the fire.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any additional requests to speak on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, yes, we have one virtual speaker. Caller with phone number ending in 3259, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Deirdre Frank. I understand the issues about the labeling of military equipment. That is not my issue. My issue is with recruitment. I've seen over the past couple of weeks, months, the police department going out to public schools and making their presence known for police jobs for high school students, junior high school students. And what do they bring with them but that huge tank-looking thing and the most militaristic-looking equipment that they can bring? All that does is promote a militaristic attitude about the police department. Even though I understand it's not military equipment, that's the perception that they are choosing to present as what the police department does to potential recruits. And we're talking kids. But that tells them this is what our police department is. I don't understand why we don't bring our detectives in to talk about how we follow the science, the investigative services on how we find the perpetrators, DNA, science, show them the intellectual capacity that the police department engages in order to solve crimes, not just with this huge tank-looking thing there. I think that's the wrong perception to give to not only the public, but to the youth that you're trying to engage to encourage them for these job opportunities. I presented schools, I haven't recently, but I have in the past, on being a lawyer, what that means, how you get there. Talk to them about schooling that's required, studies that are required, criminal records, do they have any? How can they get beyond that in order to become a police officer? It's not just about
30 seconds.
Equipment. Thank you very much. Different perspective for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any additional speakers?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, yes, we have one additional speaker. Caller with phone number ending in 2382. Please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. This is Debbie Mitchell. And I called in because a while back there was an incident in our neighborhood that involved human trafficking. And there was a house with a boat dock, and there were drones used. There was equipment surrounding the neighborhood, and all of the neighbors were able to communicate with one another and stay indoors while that was going on. It was a multi-agency response to a kidnapping, and neighbors had seen unusual activity and reported it. I, for one, was very grateful for the drones in the sky, the amount of response, and the amount of equipment and technology used to go in, and there were no shots fired and no one was harmed. For that, I'm very grateful. And had there been use of force in order to stop something like that, I would absolutely want the police force to be as gunned as the people they're up against. And so I really thank you for this presentation. I think it's a stupid thing to have to do, maybe a report to the public on the kinds of technologies they use annually would not be a bad idea, but I would rather the bad guys not know what's going on as much as the agencies involved. So thank you very much.
Excuse me, caller, are you still there?
Did you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, I thought you could hear me. I'm sorry. My name is Debbie Mitchell, and I was calling in response to and good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we did hear you. I was just wanting to get your name. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Debbie Mitchell. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any additional speakers?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Our chief has his hand up, though.
Chief Benitez would like to talk. Should we let him?
Yeah, it's your call.
Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm actually at home recuperating. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments about this overall process, and that if you step back and away from this whole thing, Oxnard PD has a very modest inventory of this type of equipment. We're not those agencies that have had to resort to some of the more drastic things like the mine-resistant anti-personnel vehicles and things like that. Want to point out too, our report from last year pointed out that last year there were no policy violations whatsoever, and there were no citizen complaints about any of this equipment that is in our inventory. And the last comment has to do with Ms. Frank's comment about the recruitment at high schools. The Bearcat is one of those things that is typically included in community outreach events of all ages. But, for one, it's not a tank. But very importantly is that, these are things that our youth actually do express a lot of interest in seeing and touching, like climbing on it and looking at this type of equipment. But I am looking at some of the other things that we do in our recruitment, and I'm actually looking at a Facebook post from our department it was actually about 7 hours ago. It's called Women in Blue. It's a full-day activity camp for females 16 to 21. It's a targeted age group, but the applicants will participate in a wide variety of different events. It's not just climbing on an armored vehicle. It talks about department overview, crime scene investigations, interview techniques, tactical decision-making under stress, presentations from inspirational female Oxnard PD officers. So there's more. This isn't just a one-dimensional recruitment effort at high schools. I do want to say we really try to reach out to them and talk about all the other things that are in policing, and that also includes interacting with our school resource officers and getting them used to being around police officers. So there's a lot more to it, and I needed to say that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Any other comments from council? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Perillo, a second by Councilmember Madrigal. Please vote. Should we wait for Councilmember Turan to come back? There he is. We have a motion and a second. We're just waiting for you to vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Takes us to item number 2, City Attorney Department. Subject is introduction of an ordinance prohibiting city subsidy of services previously funded by a special district under specific circumstances. Recommendation is that the City Council introduce and waive further reading of an ordinance titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, adding Article 8 to Chapter 2 of the Oxnard City Code to prohibit the city from subsidizing services previously funded by a community facilities district, landscape maintenance district, or waterways assessment district if residents of those special districts vote to terminate or reduce such funding. There was a pre-recorded presentation on the city's YouTube channel pursuant to Measure M. And okay. Who are you pointing at?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, we have one virtual speaker for this item.
Okay. Who's got their hand up there?
It's caller with phone number ending in 7359.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take the public comments then.
Caller with phone number ending in 7359, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello? Hello? Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Paul Schnabelin. I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen and as a resident of River Park. I have to say that I'm
Sorry, Paul, we're having a connection issue. We're not able to hear you.
No problem. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, can you please start over?
Certainly. Okay, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Paul Schnabelin. I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen and as a resident of River Park. I have to say that I am really disappointed to hear that this resolution is coming up before the council tonight. I completely understand it. If I were living in any place other than River Park, I would probably be rooting for it for the simple reason that as a taxpayer, I don't want to be put in the bill for someone else when they decide to be irresponsible as far as they're paying their taxes and their CFD funds. That said, I want to remind the people in my community that actions, when it comes to time to vote, have consequences. If one of the 3 initiatives that were introduced comes to pass, we could be looking at a very sad-looking River Park as far as amenities and services and landscaping. There's no such thing as a free lunch, folks. We need to, I encourage everybody out in the neighborhood to read through these initiatives, learn more about them, see what you're really getting as opposed to some of the nonsense that has been forwarded up to this point by some of the supporters of the initiative. Get to know about these things and take the right action on November 5th and vote no on the 3 initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other comments or speakers?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, we have another virtual speaker.
Go ahead.
Caller with phone number ending in 6377. Please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the City Council, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. However, I'm here speaking on my own behalf. Once again, the city of Oxnard finds itself having to spend time and money to counter the past, present, and future damage created by Aaron Starr. In this case, I'm referring to the ordinance that the city has to initiate to prohibit the city from subsidizing services previously funded by Community Facilities District, Landscape Maintenance District, or Waterways Assessment District if residents of those special districts vote to terminate or reduce such funding. Look, every resident in a Melrose district knew exactly what they were getting when they signed on the dotted line to purchase their home. But because of the misinformation and the stretching of the truth told by Aaron Starr, there are some residents who feel that if they vote to terminate their special fees, we, the rest of the taxpayers, will take over the funding. Obviously, that wouldn't be fair to the rest of us, and thanks to this new ordinance, we won't have to. So like I said to the residents of River Park, buyer beware. Make sure you know exactly what you're voting for. Make sure you read the fine print, and you may want to read it twice. Because when it comes to Aaron Starr, when he says you're voting for one thing, you're actually voting for something else. So, buyer beware. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other speakers?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, the next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 2382. Caller, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Debbie Mitchell again, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I had written a letter into the city asking questions about this item because I was concerned about elements in that we have a very old assessment district, and there are times when we request from the city to lower the amount that we pay for landscaping and up the amount that we pay for other things, and we juggle our budget and have worked with the city on our very low assessment for years. Our assessment district was frozen by a number of tax initiatives and hasn't increased since 1996. Just for giggles, I ran an inflation index on it, and if you look at a $500,000 budget for our assessment district and you run an inflation calculator on it, our assessment today would be $1 million. It's just ridiculous how much inflation has impacted what people would pay. We can't raise that without a vote from the people in our community. And I'm sure if people in our community saw something on the ballot that said, vote yes on this and stop paying taxes, that would pass easily. However, putting something on the ballot and saying, vote for this and you can pay more in taxes for your trees and gardening and landscaping and all of those things that everyone wants, and that everyone bought their homes understanding that they were paying a tax on it. Our community is up against an opportunity in the next couple of years to add a CFD where we have not had one. And the outreach necessary, the amount of engineering documents, the information that we need financially and to communicate to all of the residents so that it actually passes when it goes on the ballot, and the cost of putting it on a ballot. It's all extremely complicated and expensive, quite frankly. So when you look at that, asking people to pay for the replacement and repair of their seawalls, which are going to impact all of their properties should they fail, we have great concern about getting a yes vote on that.
30
so
seconds.
Before you take something away, please consider what's going away and how difficult it will be to get it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, there are no additional speakers virtually or in person.
Thank you. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to thank all the speakers who took the time to be here this evening, virtually or in person. For this item, they certainly made a lot of important points, and I'm wondering if Mr. Rosell or Mr. Zaragoza might have some responses. I think what Ms. Mitchell brought up just now might fall under the under special circumstances or public health, safety, and wellness items we have carved out here, but perhaps our city attorney's office folks can respond to that.
Absolutely. I did have the chance to speak with Ms. Mitchell for about half an hour. The issue she is raising would not be affected by the ordinance that is before you. The only time this ordinance as proposed would kick in is if a CFD, residents of a CFD, an LMD, or other special district choose to reduce or eliminate their taxes. There is no indication that the district in which Ms. Mitchell lives in proposes to eliminate it. In fact, they have the opposite problem. They're capped because of Prop 218. So there would be no impact on this ordinance. It's only in the situation like happened in Seabridge a few years ago, or what is being proposed in River Park, where there would be an elimination or reduction of the amount of taxes. In that situation, the ordinance that before you would say that the city would not backfill that amount. So in essence, if you choose to reduce your taxes, you cannot be under the illusion that the city as a whole will backfill that for you, and there'll be cuts in other services to pay the bills that you are paying right now.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Rosell. And I appreciate this discussion being brought forward for consideration by the council, because this is actually a very important discussion. As was mentioned at the previous meeting, Mr. Starr and Ms. Purcell and the single resident of River Park who put his name on this but didn't author it, to my knowledge, they have followed the process that is set in place by the Constitution of California and have put this on the ballot, and more power to them on that. Along with that comes the period in which the residents who are affected by that, which are River Park residents, can speak to that and have discourse about it. And we've heard our neighborhood council chair from River Park speak on it, I think, every time this item's come up, as well as residents of the city who do not live in River Park. So even though only River Park gets to vote on this, potentially everybody's affected by it in one way or another, directly or indirectly. And what I would pose to folks, first and foremost, as Mr. Rosell mentioned with the CFD that Ms. Mitchell lives in, or that special district, he mentioned they're capped. by Prop 218. And they would probably love to get more services if they had the ability to do that. As she mentioned, it's difficult to put something on the ballot to say, pay more taxes so we can get more things. But it's fairly simple to convince people to reduce taxes. But you have to also tell them you're going to get fewer services in that process. But to that point, one of the other ballot measures that are facing River Park is about capping by half from the formation time the CFD taxes or the assessment. And essentially that's telling River Park, hey, let's put you where these other CFDs are that have been capped over the course of decades. But let's do it quicker. Let's do it now. So I just wanted to make that point because it was brought up, and I hope that River Park folks can hear that you're essentially going to be limiting what you can do, and eventually inflation will catch up sooner than it probably would have. To this point, though, with the ordinance that's in front of us for consideration, the example I want to give is in River Park, there's much of the community that pays the HOA through their HOA fees to do their landscaping and take away the landscaping, and that's done through the HOA. They hire the contractor, the service is done by that contractor, everybody pays for that service. Now imagine if the HOA bylaw said, hey, any street that doesn't want to do this anymore, they can get signatures and they can vote on it, and now they no longer have to pay for the landscaping, and the rest of us will have to pay more or take portions of what we're paying into the landscaping, and that street that opted out, they're still going to get landscaping, but the rest of us are going to pay for it. Is that fair? Is that equitable? If you were in the HOA, would you be okay with that? And so I just want you to look at that and really scale it up to the citywide level here. What the other neighborhoods, the other communities throughout the city are looking at is it equitable, is it fair to have somebody who doesn't even live in the neighborhood put forward this ballot measure for the neighborhood to decide, do I want to lower my taxes, yes or no, right? And knowing that that may affect the rest of the city in one way or another. And this ordinance is here stating people are welcome to do that, but we're making a stand that the other communities, the other 51 neighborhoods in the city of Oxnard are saying you can do that, but we are not going to subsidize whatever services you are reducing or removing. So that being said, that's my comments. I don't have any other questions, and when the time comes, I'm willing to make a motion on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. You had a comment?
Yes, I just want to provide a broader perspective as well. In my rounds throughout our various neighborhoods, I've realized that, and for rational, logical reasons, most of our residents are not familiar, aware, or knowledgeable about special districts. And in large part because most of our residents don't live in a neighborhood that has a special district. So in this case, the reason we're recommending this to you is exactly because of what Mr. Starr's latest shenanigans are in his attack against the city, but it's at the expense of the River Park community. So what is a community facilities district, a CFD? It's based on the Mello-Roos law, which was passed in, I think, 1982 by Senator Henry Mello and Assemblymember Mike Roos. So hence you have Mello-Roos. So that state law as a tool was created so that local jurisdictions and developers building primarily large neighborhoods could set up a special tax that provides for the services that include streets, police protection, fire protection, ambulatory, elementary schools, parks, libraries, museums, and cultural facilities. Now, the key here is that the Mello-Roos tool, known as a CFD, Community Facilities District, is established prior to the neighborhood, the new neighborhood being built. So it is, in essence, while as a financial mechanism, it is, in essence, the infrastructure of the entire neighborhood. So I want to ask Diego to put up the I have two slides ready for this. One is a photo. So Diego, if you can put up the photo first, and then I'll move it to the map afterwards. So this is right here near downtown today. This is a small neighborhood development that is just beginning its construction. I think it's in the grading process. And as you can see here, there you go. So they're advertising this neighborhood with the phone number, the name of it, Encanto. It's a very, very seductive name. They have the rendering of what the little homes are going to look like, and then they have 4 points. But look at the first one, no mellow roofs. Then I'll finish their advertisement for them. Low HOA, ADU option, thank you, State of California, and reserved now. But here's their leading ad, no mellow roofs. These structures are put in place in advance in order to build a whole new neighborhood. So Diego, can you go to the next? Oh, here it is. Okay. So here is a map of the city of Oxnard. And on the right-hand side in the box, you can see a small legend that describes the 4 primary kinds of special districts we have: a maintenance assessment district, a waterway assessment district, community facilities district, and landscape maintenance district. So there's corresponding colors, but as you can see, the bulk of the city, which are primarily the older neighborhoods of Oxnard, do not have these special districts because a large chunk of the city going back half a century were established before the Mello-Roos law was put in place and this tool became useful for large developments. So what we're contending with right now is up here at River Park, and this is one of our newest large neighborhoods. So all of these neighborhoods with these special districts pay a special tax in order to have special amenities that are not able to be provided or not provided for the rest of the city. So for the majority of our neighborhoods, there are no special taxes to provide for nicer amenities, special amenities, and so on. So you can take that map down, please. So why is this necessary? Because when you are a big builder and you are proposing to build a brand new neighborhood that is going to construct, say, 1,000 or 2,000 housing units, you are going to bring de facto 2 or 3 or even 4,000 additional human beings to the city. And so you have to pay for the public services that are required, especially if you want nicer parks, nicer landscaping, and what have you. So like I said, it's part of the infrastructure of the new neighborhood. So everyone who later comes and buys into that neighborhood is well aware, and they have to sign off on their real estate disclosure paperwork that they're aware that there is a Mello-Roos tax, that they know they're going to pay that special tax above and beyond the standard property tax to have these nicer amenities. So what Mr. Starr is proposing here, ironically, is a grand bait and switch. And he's trying to lead the community to believe that, oh, you can do away with this special tax that was a requirement of this nice new community. You can do away with it because we'll just make the general fund pick it up. Well, how is that fair? That is a grand bait and switch. And if you think about this, if this is the way that we want to proceed, why would any city agree to a future CFD for any new neighborhood? What does that mean? We're not going to get big new neighborhoods that across California the state desperately needs. So we're recommending this because it's it's not just about protecting the general fund or the rest of the neighborhoods from having their resources spread even thinner. This is also fundamentally about right and wrong. You cannot build a new neighborhood, have these guarantees, and then pull the rug out from under the municipality. It cannot work that way. It should not work that way. So we did get a range of comments about this, and I actually want to take the time to read two that are diametrically opposed but are fascinating. So one says, Dear Oxnard City Council, I'm writing to you in regards to my last email about Aaron Starr and his meddling in River Park. In my previous email, I mentioned that the rest of the city should not, all caps, be paying for anything that Starr tricks the voters into doing away with for their Melrose. I see on tonight's agenda, you have an ordinance doing exactly, all caps, that. Please accept this as my full support, that's full support in all caps, for this ordinance. South Oxnard especially has been neglected over the years, and we should not, all caps, under any, all caps, circumstances be expected to lose services to pay for anything that River Park or other newer neighborhoods no longer wish to pay extra for. You pay extra, you get extra. You pay less, you get less. It doesn't get any simpler than that. So that's one end of the spectrum, and I agree with most of that except for the neglect of South Oxnard, but that's a discussion for another day. I don't fully agree with that. And the other end of the spectrum, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, we have some concerns about the proposed ordinance regarding funding if a district votes to reduce or eliminate funding by a ballot initiative. The proposed ordinance is far-reaching and would give the City Council and future City Councils no opportunity to consider the circumstances surrounding a ballot initiative. The ordinance, because it is far-reaching, could have unintended consequences. We have the following concerns, and for those reasons do not support this proposed ordinance at this time. One, it is not necessary, as any significant additional costs would have to be approved by the City Council in any event. Two, there could be future situations where it is in the public interest and public benefit to fund amenities that Oxnard residents and guests would enjoy. Three, the ordinance would prohibit future mayors and city council members from exercising their elected obligations to look out for the best interests of Oxnard residents under all circumstances and for all situations. On behalf of the residents of Channel Islands Waterways Districts, I'm asking for more time to consider the consequences of the new ordinance and obtain public comment before voting. So on this one, unfortunately, I tend to agree with many things from this author. In this case, I don't. So number one, he says that is not necessary as any significant additional costs would have to be approved by the City Council in any event. So that's correct on its face, but this ordinance has nothing to do with additional costs. This ordinance is about should the residents of a special district vote to undo their special tax. So it's totally separate. Two, there could be future situations where the public interest and public benefit to fund amenities that Oxnard residents and guests would enjoy. That's always possible for this council or any future council to take under consideration. That has nothing to do with special districts. And then finally, the ordinance would prohibit future mayors and city council members from exercising their elected obligations. I'm sorry, but that is a cop-out argument, because that basically, if you accept that argument, then the council should never vote on anything that binds the future for anyone, residents or councils. And in fact, almost every decision and every vote an elected body takes does bind the city, the residents, and future councils to a certain path. So it's actually your job to take difficult votes, although I don't believe this one is very difficult. But I really disagree with that, because that's the argument that's always used when people just want you to kick the can down the road. So I think that's a really poor argument. So I want to conclude by making another sort of simple analogy, which is our general fund reflects what we have and what we need for the city today. And so think of it as a giant pizza that everyone gets a slice of. Now, in the future, there's going to be proposed developments to bring a new neighborhood of, say, 1,000 units that will then house, let's just say for argument's sake, 3,000 to 5,000 more human beings. Under current state law, that neighborhood would indeed set up a Melrose CFD. So now imagine if once we do that and all those people move in and they decide to pull this stunt and they vote that away, right? Because that new neighborhood under Melrose is required to come with its own pizza. And now it's going to vote away that pizza and expect to get slices from the existing pizza. It doesn't work that way. So either you don't have Melrose and developers and jurisdictions can figure out how to get neighborhoods built. It's not going to work. Or if you don't like the Melrose, do not buy a property in a Melrose neighborhood. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, City Manager, for that very nuanced description of what we're voting on right now in the ordinance. I'm supportive of this ordinance because, generally, of other District 6 is the only the only council district that doesn't have a CFD or any special districts. And so the fear of any LMD, CFD, or water district defunding themselves and falling onto residents of District 6 would be a nightmare for a lot of them. When I believe we do a great job at trying to provide resources for District 6, but the fear of having to subsidize other parts would definitely upset several of South Oxnard residents. So I support this. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from council? Sure, Councilmember Perillo.
City Manager or City Attorney, can you please explain why Melrose came in, and is there a connection with Prop 13?
So yes, as you know, after Prop 13 was adopted in 1978, it limited to 1% the amount of property tax. So because there was that cap, cities basically would lose money on residential developments. In other words, it would cost more for cities to provide police, fire, streets, et cetera, than those new communities, residential communities, would generate in property taxes. So many cities throughout California, cities I worked with in the beginning of my career, would create CFDs or Melrose or landscape maintenance districts to help pay for some of those costs. So when River Park developed, it was clearly the intention of the developer and the city to create CFDs to fund the amenities which River Park provides that other communities don't. So the enhanced parks, the dog parks, the trails, the landscaping, et cetera. So that was always the intention, that there would be a CFD to fund those amenities. In fact, there's many more parks in River Park than other communities. So because of that, the cost would be very high if the residents took one of the three options that Mr. Starr proposed. As you know, one would delete or would cut all the assessments, so they would pay zero. One would cut the max tax in half, and that would end up meaning that over $1 million worth of services would not be funded. And the other would cut the level of services that are provided and also cost a substantial amount of money. So any of those three measures would have a substantial impact. And the ballot measure that the city council put on the ballot and just recently chose to readopt and to send to the county again would indicate that the residents want to keep their current level of assessments and eliminate some of those things which they don't want to pay for, which include for fire services, museums and other things which have not been provided at all or have not been provided for a while. So basically what they're getting now would continue. So basically the residents would have choice to ensure that they can pick one of the four. And if they choose to keep their services, there's going to be no change. If they adopt one of the other three, then this ordinance, which is proposed tonight, would kick in, and basically there would not be the backfilling of that. And basically, it's the old adage, you get what you pay for. If you choose not to pay, you're not going to get.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to share Mr. Rozelle's final comment, one of his final comments. You get what you pay for. The residents signed the documents that have this in their documents. I live in a landscape maintenance district. I had to sign paperwork that included this. Community facilities district, the residents had to do that. I do not support asking somebody else. If I order something, I don't support having somebody else pay for it. If I can't pay for it, I don't buy it. And I appreciate the effort that the city has put into this, and I appreciate the fact that I believe the people in River Park are smart enough to understand what is happening here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roselle.
If there are no other comments, a motion would be in order.
I will make the motion for the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Trend, a second by Councilmember Valenzuela Zavala. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you all, and it looks like the tabulation of the votes are done, so I think we will return to K1 at this point. And Councilmember Pearl, did you have a question on regarding this matter?
Yes, I saw an individual come up and count the ballots. I'd just like to, for the public and for me, who the individual is, what his qualifications are to count the ballot, so that everything is above board.
He's over there.
Sorry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and Council. I'm sorry, may you please repeat the question?
When the ballots were put in that box over
Yes.
there, a gentleman took them over there in front of everyone, God and everyone, and counted them. Was that gentleman just somebody off the street, or did he have specific qualifications
Yeah.
to identify who he was, so
Yeah.
that the residents, whatever the outcome is, have an understanding this is above board, legit, no funny games?
Yes, let me allow you.
I don't imply that there are, but I think the public deserves that.
Yeah, let me now introduce our P-bid engineer. He's a certified P-bid engineer, and I let him maybe tell you a little bit more about what he does, but Ed Henning, he's been with us since the inception of the P-bid in 2001, full disclosure, and has been with us, done our engineering for the P-bid in every renewal since then. So.
Yes, Mr. Councilman, the question about being opened here in front of the people, the law requires it to be open in a public viewing if anyone wants to view what is being done rather than going in a back room. So that's why I was sitting right here doing that.
And your qualifications?
Can you explain who you are and what your,
Yes, my
what your
name is Ed-
background is in this?
Ed Henning, licensed civil engineer, as the assessment engineer for this district since 2001, as Abel had mentioned. And each renewal since then, I've been involved with as the consultant and as the assessment engineer.
And I appreciate that. Your current license is in good standing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could please report on the tabulation of the assessment ballots.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Within the proposed Oxnard Downtown Management District to be renewed, the assessment ballots received and weighted according to the law is as follows. Assessment ballots in favor of the assessment are 87.65%. Assessment ballots opposed to the assessment are 12.35%.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any further discussion or comments by City Council on this issue? If not, a motion would be in order.
If I would make the motion to approve this, and I thank Mr. Henney for addressing this issue. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Perrello, a second by Councilmember Madrigal. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Takes us to item number 3. Subject is introduction of ordinance establishing a tobacco retailer cap. A recommendation is that the City Council introduce and waive further reading of an ordinance titled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, amending Section 11-377 of the Oxnard City Code by establishing a cap on the number of tobacco retailer permits that may be issued by the city with certain exceptions. And pursuant to Measure M, there was a pre-recorded presentation on the city's YouTube channel. And do we have staff here? Do council have any questions regarding this issue?
So if I could just, before we start on that,
Sure.
So we do have staff here from the City Attorney's Office, and I'd like to recognize Deputy City Attorneys Andrew Gonzalez and Jason Zaragoza, who have put a lot of work into this and are here to answer any of your questions.
Okay. Would either of you like to say anything, or?
Here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the legal counsel? Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Zaragoza. Appreciate all the work that's been put into this. We've had a number of items tonight, and I know we're at, after 8 o'clock, so I appreciate folks being willing to be here and be involved in this process. For this particular item, just because it has to do with permitting of tobacco licenses and retailers throughout the city, I'm wondering, because Measure M prohibits the public from seeing a live presentation of this or reenactment tonight, could you just summarize for the public to know what this is and why it's before us? I know it went to committee before, so if you could just summarize it and then a little bit about what happened at committee.
Yeah, so I can go over that right now. So in general here for the city of Oxnard, there's 154 tobacco retailer permits. The city of Oxnard has a population of 202,063. We looked at other cities that were comparable within Ventura County, and in comparison to our 154 retailer permits, Ventura, for example, has 113 retailer permits, with their comparable population being about 110,000. And then Thousand Oaks has 66, with their comparable population being 126. And Simi Valley has 99, with their population being also about 126,000. Because of that, and our population not leveling out with the amount of tobacco retailer permits in other cities comparable to our population, we had provided to the committee the option of having a tobacco cap to align with that number comparable to here, Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks being closer to the 100 level. We provided additional options of going forward with no cap whatsoever, a cap with no exceptions, or a cap with exceptions. And one of the reasons we recommended that is we found in San Francisco there was a comparable tobacco cap permit that seemed to be working very well there. When that was originally proposed, there was no exceptions that were provided. However, over time, their ordinance did advance to include those exceptions, mostly because of equity purposes. We took the exceptions that over time were proposed and added to the ordinance there and provided them to the committee. Committee ultimately picked to go forward with 100 cap and add the 3 exceptions that are in the proposed ordinance.
Can you just elaborate on what those exceptions are?
Yes, give me 1 second to go to them. So the exceptions are specifically dealing with, there's an adult child exception. Specifically here, it's the adult child of a tobacco retailer who operated a tobacco retail establishment at a specific location shall be eligible to acquire a tobacco retailer permit at the same location as the previously operated tobacco retail establishment without impacting the cap on the total number of permits. The second exception is relocation due to a government order. So that would be a tobacco retailer who is required to relocate to another location within the city due to a government order or regulation action shall be eligible to acquire a tobacco retailer permit at the new location without impacting the 100 cap. And the third is dealing with a spouse or domestic partner secession. Here, upon the death of or divorce from the permit holder, a spouse or domestic partner who acquires the ownership of the tobacco retailer establishment shall be eligible to acquire a tobacco retailer permit, again, without impacting that 100 cap. And I just want to note here, this 100 cap is not actively taking retailer permits as of right now from anybody. This is specifically as time goes on, when someone doesn't renew their permit, if for whatever reason their permit was not done correctly and it didn't move forward, and they were to apply again in the future, or anyone was to apply again in the future, no tobacco permits would be issued unless we got under that 100 threshold.
Great, thank you very much. And I think that's an important distinction here that we're currently at 154. I'm going to make a point about that in just a moment. And anyone who decides to close their business or sell their business to the non-exempt examples there, or someone who through action or inaction has their license to sell tobacco revoked would be ineligible to add to that beyond 100. And essentially we're at 154 now. Over time, if we see attrition, we will count down until we get to 99, at which point we can add one more to get to the 100 cap. Is that correct?
Exactly. As soon as it falls under that 100 threshold, then we would be able to move forward with new tobacco retailer permits at that time. And just briefly, so that I don't forget to do it, I did want to point out for the council, under the proposed ordinance in front of the council for section 11-377, subsection D, which is located on the 3rd page of the ordinance, it's listed twice. It should be subsection E for the very last subsection D.
Okay.
It reads specifically, any permit issued under the exceptions established in subsection D shall be subject to all other applicable provisions of the code governing tobacco retailer permits. That should read as subsection E.
Great, thank you for that. And I just want to make the point for my colleagues and for the public here that as outlined in the staff report, tobacco is still one of the #1 causes of preventable death worldwide, especially in the United States. But when you slice those numbers into communities of color and other marginalized populations, that number is even higher in its effect on those particular folks. And in the city of Oxnard specifically, when we look at 154 outlets across the city, someone could certainly say, well, if you divide that per capita, how are we comparable to the other cities mentioned in the staff report? And my response to that is numbers are perfect, people are not. When we look at per capita, we could certainly look citywide, but that's also take into account the areas that have 1 or 2 outlets versus the areas that have a high density of outlets. And in my mind, I believe districts 4, 5, and 6 are the ones that are most directly affected by that, having a high density of tobacco outlets. And there is plenty of research to show that a high density of alcohol and tobacco outlets, especially in vulnerable communities, leads to higher incidence and earlier age of initiation for use of those products. And with that, the earlier the age of initiation, the higher likelihood of dependence on those products. And we're setting up our young people for early exposure and early access to these products because they're just so pervasive throughout their communities. And so if you want to do a per capita study, I would invite anyone to do a per capita study on the number of tobacco outlets in those 3 districts I named, 4, 5, and 6, and look at the inequity that has happened and the disparity has happened over decades. I see this as an opportunity for this council to turn that tide. As folks may see in a down economy, there are a number of things that we will lose as far as business goes. But do we want to see vape shops and tobacco shops springing into those places just for the sake of having business? I don't think that's doing right by our community, my personal opinion. Anyone who may say that this is anti-business or government overstepping or overreaching, I would counter with that tobacco is actually a very highly regulated product in the state of California and in the United States. Anyone who's in that business as a savvy business person should be keeping an eye on legislation that's happening at the national, state, and local level, and keeping an eye on how you need to pivot your business in order to stay viable. And you can look at plenty of studies that show that the rate of smoking among adults and youth has been declining over the last 20 years. And the profit margins of tobacco products has been declining. At what point do our retailers have to see that this is not a revenue generating resource as it was decades ago? And I hope that they can look at the ability to pivot and be a retailer for items that are going to be helpful to our communities, not ultimately harmful to our communities. So those are my comments on this, and I appreciate the City Attorney's Office doing all the work on this and bringing it forward. And those are my comments, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just make one more comment.
Sure.
Based off of committee, there was a question posed regarding if this ordinance would affect black markets for tobacco whatsoever. And the City Attorney's Office, along with the police departments, did research the matter. And I just want to let you know, generally, the tobacco black market has been created primarily by the different tax rates and levels of regulations imposed on tobacco products in different states. Here, generally, black markets take advantage of the different retail prices in the various states by purchasing products where tobacco is cheaper and selling those products in states where taxing and regulation make tobacco much more expensive. So here, irregardless of this ordinance, if there was to be a tobacco black market, it would already be something that is in existence that the police department is currently dealing with. This ordinance reducing down to the 100 cap would just do exactly that, reduce the amount of tobacco retailer permits throughout the city of Oxnard and make it that much more difficult for someone to get a tobacco product.
Okay, Councilmember Perillo. Well, I'll get to him.
All full disclosure, I had family members that smoked, and I was grateful when they quit. I don't enjoy being around people that do it, but I want to show that I'm aware of something that I hope the rest of my councilmen are aware. At one time, these were called sin taxes, and now we're going to regulate the number of outlets that we would have. The next step, depending on where we go, and for our regulation of the public health, we could stop using, selling high salt products, high things that we have a problem with obesity in segments of our community, things that are high fat content. And as far as getting the sin tax, maybe not sell as many places that sell lottery tickets or gambling as where it is legally to buy those things now. I just wanted to state, I know where this can go. I do support less and less of the tobacco. I found some of the letters that I got amazing, very detailed, and the one thing that I thought that they miss, it's like the nose on their face. Cigarette butts found all over the place. The beach, the city, the sidewalk, the curb, in the sewer plant. With respect to limiting the amount of opportunity for a person in business to make money, I'm not in favor of that. I will support this, but I want to be very sure that the rest of my council members understand what I'm looking at. There will come a time when people go, there's too many people in the community that have high blood pressure. There's too many people that are overweight. There's too many people that are this, that, or the other. We should take some sort of legislation action to limit their ability to enjoy what they consider their quality of life. We did maximize the outlets for the marijuana. I think the next thing would be, if I'm, reading the tea leaves right, we're gonna maximize the number of outlets that will sell liquor products. I know that Miss Pat Brown, one of the most vocal advocates, one of the hardest working women in the city of Oxnard, years and years and years going back, every time there was somebody coming with a license request, she always spoke on that. Used to be a police officer named Cliff Ware, and they would have these hearings. It was always interesting, but the pluses and minuses always weighed. Well, the business needs to, be successful, and they need to have this product to make them successful. They have to compete with everybody else. Again, I do support this, but I want no one to be fooled into thinking this will not go somewhere else into other areas of people's personal, private lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think we'll start with whoever's got their hand raised on the monitor. I can see it, but I don't have a clue who it is.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, yes, we have Deirdre Frank on the phone. Deirdre, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Deirdre Frank. There are multiple arguments on this issue. You just talked about mellow roofs. People don't want the taxes, don't buy in the area. If people don't want to buy cigarettes, don't buy cigarettes. Iran talks about concentration in neighborhoods, districts. Let's talk about my neighborhood in Oxnard Shores. We have in a strip mall at Woolley and Harbor, the only local retail that we have, the only local retail that our neighbors can walk to, ride their bikes to. Kids come here. We have STRs all over the place, out of town people. We have a liquor store, full-blown liquor store. We have a bar. We have a pot shop. We have a brewery. And recently, a smoke shop just went in right next door to the pot shop. How that happened, the neighborhood didn't hear about it, but that got approved and that got put in. What else do we have there? We have a bakery where kids go for their donut holes in the morning and the neighbors go for their cakes and pastries. We have a surf shop where locals and out-of-town people come for surf supplies. And we have a laundromat where the locals come to do their laundry. So you want to talk about a concentration in a neighborhood? We're it. The businesses, yes, businesses have an entitlement to make their money, and people have a choice to go and shop there or not. So you have multiple approaches to this issue. Perello is right. When does government stop legislating health? Or not health, but behavior. Behavior. I don't know about how you're going to go on this, but it's some tough arguments. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Pat Brown, please.
hearing you speaking about high density and how sometime in the future it may be a problem, if not now. Where I live is all high density. We have 150 some mobile homes. We have several apartment buildings that have been built since I've been there. Three of those. One of them used to be a park. Unfortunately, we don't have a park now. We don't have any. And we've got all these children with all this high density going. And now we've built a big, huge, tall housing apartments building for low income. And we're going to be building another one right next to it. Now, this is all from 5th Street to 9th Street along Oxnard Boulevard on the east side of Oxnard Boulevard. We've got all of this vacant property that used to be in used car lots. I'd like all of that taken out of there that's just a mess and put in business on the ground floor, retail on the ground floor, and housing for 2 or 3 layers above it. And we've got a lot of space for this. So it's not like it would be crammed, but it would give downtown Oxnard more of a downtown retail and housing combination environment, which is right now all of this just vacant lots. But behind the vacant lots is mobile home park that was originally for seniors over 55. And then the new owner that bought it in a few years back decided it was going to be family. So it's not only family, it's families within families that are all crammed in to these little mobile homes. I have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and I'm there all by myself, and my own laundry and everything, and I'm there all by myself. You know, and I think I'm one of the few. There's 2 or 3 others that are single, but everybody else is crammed in there. So is it bad? I don't know.
Thank
But
you.
one of these days we will know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Megan Solis?
Does it knock it down? Good evening. My name is Megan Salas, and I'm just here in support of this ordinance. And I say this on behalf of my own opinion because I do work with the nonprofit Future Leaders of America, and this is something that our youth really do work on, really educating the community on the effects of tobacco and vaping, and just we also work alcohol and drug prevention. So there's a lot of different things that they focus on. And so I was really happy to hear that this was actually on the agenda tonight, because this is something that, as a resident, personally myself, that is part of District 6, this is something where growing up, guess what? I live across like 3 smoke shops. And this is something that you say, hey, if you don't want to participate in that, you don't want to get involved in substance, don't do it. That's an easy thing to say, right? But once you're exposed to this, I can attest that this is not something that you can easily avoid. This is something like you cannot limit the secondhand smoke, thirdhand smoke. And I think the city pushing this would actually be one step in the going for something great, because as mentioned, this is not getting rid of any of the current businesses. This is just ensuring that, Oxnard can focus on different sorts of shops and revenue. We don't need money from this business. We don't. I know Port Hueneme heavily does this. That's how they get their revenue, but Oxnard does not need that. I think that we can continue to put in other stores and as someone that works very closely with a lot of businesses, some of our students, like their parents own businesses next to these shops, and the complaint is it's not even about our own business, it's about who we're next to. Like, they don't have control over that. So I think the city making this decision, if moving forward in this way, I think it would be very beneficial, especially to residents that are on South Side. So that's something that I personally hope that the council will see and they will move forward with this. So I think for the interests of our youth, our families, this is something that should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, did you have a comment?
Yes. First of all, I just want to say that several years ago, I asked for staff to develop this recommendation, and then we were caught in COVID, which is why it was delayed. There's a bigger picture here with this issue that I think we're having a public policy discussion as if, in some ways, as if we're starting from scratch, and we're not. So I just want to remind everyone, we are dealing with big tobacco here. My generation, I think, came up at a time when it was the tail end of big tobacco, and older generations survived that. But it wasn't that long ago, and let's please not forget the lengths the industry went through to lie to the medical community, to the American public, about the dangers of cigarettes. But this is not right now, and I would call that big tobacco 1.0, but what we're contending with now is big tobacco 2.0. So this isn't about cigarettes and cigarette butts or even secondhand smoke. This is about the massive amount of resources put into targeting kids with flavored vaping. It's a massive effort. It's comparable to big tobacco 1.0. Now, what's happened with the shift is they have focused selling old school cigarettes to the third world. And by the way, and to France. I don't understand why the French continue smoking so much. I don't know, maybe it's Pepe Le Pew, it's sexy, I don't know. But the focus in this country is flavored vape products. And if you can look online, this is part of the concern that Councilmember Madrigal raised, that even if we do this, it still proliferates. There are many ways for young people to get at it, but make no mistake, they are being targeted. Just go into any smoke shop and look at the products. Look at the products and you'll see the kinds of flavors and the packaging and the advertisements. So it isn't as simple as a rational adult making a choice to buy cigarettes or not to buy cigarettes. There's a real danger here. And if you look at our city, and you heard Mr. Gonzalez talk about the numbers, even when we achieve this cap in a city that is barely 30 square miles, having 100 locations to get various tobacco products, I think is plenty. But this is about not standing idly by to have a repeat of big tobacco and the public health effects. And then also, there are legislative efforts to improve public health. It happens. There are plenty of examples. Several years ago, there was a Bay Area city that tried to reduce the size of I think it was a Big Gulp. Everyone here still familiar with the Big Gulp? When I was a kid, it was great. We'd all go get a Big Gulp, and then we'd race to inhale it as fast as we can to see how bad the brain freeze would be. I was 12 years old. I don't do that anymore. But there were efforts to even reduce that. So this is not us picking on business. This is really being mindful about the tobacco industry and the lengths that it will go to make profit at the expense of not just individual health, but the collective cost of public health. When you think about the tremendous dollars that are required to take care of people once they get too sick from these products. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you. If any of my other colleagues wanted to speak, I am willing to let them go first before I
Councilmember
come back to
Carrillo.
some other comments.
I have a question. However, this got on the agenda.
Mike?
Thank you. How this got on the agenda, and I appreciate the explanation from the city manager. Do we perceive that we'll be having something on the agenda with respect to alcohol? I mean, as was mentioned in the designing product to entice youngsters. I mean, I go into a grocery store, let alone a liquor store, and the flavors and the shelf space and everything else for all the different alcoholic beverages. And we heard tonight the number of drunk driving and the fatalities with that stuff. Do we perceive something like that coming forward?
So state...
And this may not be something to answer now, but
Right.
I'm putting it out there.
The state's alcohol beverage control, I think it's still called ABC. There's already a framework for that for concentration numbers per, I think they still use census tracts. So there's already a framework for that where you can't now have a proliferation of alcohol outlets. We have control over that. What we don't have in this community is any control over tobacco outlets.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, what's the pleasure, council? Councilmember Turan.
Thank you. I just want to thank the speakers, virtual and in person, and the city manager's comments. Just a quick question. I think that Ms. Frank brought up an interesting point and an important one to ask. And I don't know if our city attorney's office might have a response to this. I saw Mr. Swenson was on as well. But is there a community development process similar to an alcohol outlet where a proposed tobacco outlet is noticed to the community around that proposed use, where, say, people within 300 feet are notified, hey, there's going to be a tobacco store opening, here's the community workshop, or your ability to have comment on that? Do we know if that's a process that is used for tobacco outlets just like it is for alcohol?
I believe Mr. Swenson is online and can answer that question.
Okay.
Who are we waiting for?
Is he allowed to talk? Oh, we have Ms. Golden.
There is not a process for this type of use to require noticing to the community. It would be considered a retail use and it's allowed by right.
Thank you. And so that would explain why some folks may see them apparently just pop up in a shopping center or in a retail location near them without notice, saying, hey, I didn't know about that. Nobody told me about that. Where an alcohol outlet, there is notice, a community workshop process, there's delivery. I think it's within 300 feet. Rings out in my mind, and I see head nods yes. So that being said, hypothetically, if we went through that and we said, hey, if you want to open a tobacco shop, you got to go through the same process as alcohol. I feel like if that were a noticed use and folks were to speak out, just as Ms. Frank kind of implied, I think people would say, no, we don't want it, we don't want it. Well, we're essentially getting to the same place here of limiting the number of tobacco outlets that are going to be in our community. 154 sure seems like a lot when cannabis, this council previously limited to 8 and then increased that to 16. Even 16 outlets seems to be more than what the market is willing to bear in the city of Oxnard. So 16 cannabis outlets versus 154 tobacco outlets. I can't help but feel there's some disparity there where I think we got plenty at 154. It sounds like we'll still have plenty at 100. And when we get to that point in a couple years or decades or whatever it takes, we'll have that conversation again as a council, or that future council will have that conversation. But I want to make the last point of if that were a process of opening a tobacco shop, I can't help but feel not only in Oxnard, folks would have opinions on that, but if I went to one of our neighboring jurisdictions that were named in the staff report and they had that process, I said, hey, I would like to open a tobacco shop. I can't help but feel like the residents would equally say, no, we've got plenty. We have 90 of them. We have 18 of them. We've got enough. And I would probably not be allowed to open that. And I feel that Oxnard deserves equitable treatment for our residents, that we should be serving our residents well, making decisions that are going to serve the community in the best way possible. And that includes businesses. And I hope businesses that help our community and uplift our community, not harm our community in the long run, are what we're considering as a council and through our community development process. And again, the residents have an ultimate say in that as well. So those are my comments. Thank you for allowing me to speak again, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, there are no additional speakers, virtually or in person.
Thank you. What's the pleasure?
With that,
of
I'll
council?
make a motion for the recommended action.
I have one question. One clarifying question. Ms. Golden, I don't think I totally understood what you said. If, in specifically, because I represent the area, Oxnard Shores, the tobacco shop opened, there had to be public notice? There did not?
There did not need to be public notice.
Okay. And the reason that's a hot item down there is because the pot shop was brought in as Taco Diablo and at the last minute, and it may not have been last minute, but it sure seemed like a switch and bait, the way that all of a sudden it became a pot shop. And I remember that being a very hot item because I got my feathers burned on that I didn't jump on it. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Turan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Valenzuela Zavala. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item number 4. Subject to City of Oxnard Annual Investment Policy for the fiscal year 2024-2025 and around an annual delegation of investment authority. And the recommendation is that the City Council adopt a resolution adopting fiscal year 2024-25 investment policy for the City of Oxnard. And number 2, adopt a resolution delegating investment authority to the City Chief Financial Officer. Mr. Fisher, do you have any introductory comments on this issue?
So just to kind of give this a little context, since at least 1992, that's sort of the resolution that is referred to every year for the past couple decades, the City Council has delegated to the city treasurer the authority to invest city funds. And that is done pursuant to this annual delegation has been done pursuant to a government code section that was amended in 1997 to require the annual delegation. So that delegation is discretionary by the council, and what's being asked of you tonight is, in addition to considering the investment policy, is to adopt a resolution that delegates the investment authority to the city's chief financial officer. And if that resolution is adopted, then the delegation to the city treasurer will cease, and it will repeal that 1992 resolution that initially delegated to the city treasurer the investment authority.
Thank you. And pursuant to Measure M, there was a pre-recorded presentation on the city's YouTube channel. Do council members have any questions for Mr. Fisher or staff?
I'll ask the elephant in the room.
Don't feel obligated, but.
No, I'm going to.
Okay.
Sir, in the staff report, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, I'm going to read it and just, you can highlight and help out here. The recent retirement of the Assistant City Treasurer, Eden Alomari, who had closely monitored the City Treasurer's investment activities, makes it necessary to now address these issues to ensure compliance with the California Government Code and the city's investment policy by restructuring the billing and licensing department and recommending the delegation of investment authority to the city's chief financial officer. My understanding was, upon the retirement of the individual, the treasurer tried to appoint a non-city employee to have the ability to take care of certain financial matters. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
That is correct.
Okay. And that is part of the things that have gotten this thing rolling. And thank you. I wanted to get that out there. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments or questions for our finance director? If there's no further discussion, a motion
Excuse me,
would be in
Mayor.
order. I'm sorry.
We do
You know,
not
I was
have.
almost batting 1,000 too.
Yeah, just for the record, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know the city attorney just spoke to this in his introductory comments. I'm just wondering if we can make it clear for the record that the city council has the authority to choose who we're going to be giving that investment authority to. Can we just speak a little bit more about that as it's outlined in the staff report and showing that what's being done here tonight is something that is allowed by statute and is a proper path for the city to take if deemed necessary or deemed appropriate by this council?
Yes, so Government Code Section 53607 states that the authority of the City Council to invest or reinvest funds or to sell or exchange securities so purchased may be delegated for a one-year period, and the key word there is may be delegated for a one-year period by the City Council to the City Treasurer, who shall thereafter assume full responsibility for those transactions until the delegation of authority is revoked or expires, and shall make a monthly report of those transactions to the City Council. Subject to review, the City Council may renew the delegation of authority pursuant to this section each year. So that is why, since 1997, when that wording was put in place, a resolution has been brought to the council to renew the delegation every year. So this year, staff is asking that that delegation not be renewed and instead be delegated to the chief financial officer.
Thank you.
And he can discuss his qualifications as an investment official, because that is another aspect of this, is that the council may employ specialized individuals for specialized services, such as financial matters.
Understood, thank you. And just as a matter of transparency, it was mentioned whether those duties were revoked or expired. Have they expired at this point?
So it's been treated as an annual delegation, and so the periods of renewal through resolution adoption have varied over the decades. It's not always been a 365-day period. So I believe that the administration and past councils have viewed it as more of a fiscal year delegation, or if you go back to that first batch of resolutions, go back those years, the delegation was done in September of every year. And it's been all over the place in later years.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing, I know you mentioned, our CFO's qualifications. He's welcome to share those if you'd like, but from what I recall in 2020 when Measure L was being floated, which would combine the city treasurer and the CFO position, in doing so, I believe it made the qualifications for CFO to become being 18 years old and a resident of the city of Oxnard and a registered voter. And those seem like pretty low qualifications. I could have qualified for that job. I still can, thanks. But I'm wondering if we could just hear a little bit about your background and knowledge and experience in investment.
Good evening, council members. I have over 25 years of experience in the financial profession. My last 10 years before joining the city, I was managing, supervising an investment portfolio of over $200 million with a service utility. Before that, on the private sector, I've been managing multi-million dollars as well, and billion-dollar transactions for merging different companies as well. As a vice president of Treasury, I was overseeing all cash management activities for U.S. operations, U.S. and Canada, of a multinational company as well, and making sure that all the excess cash was invested properly as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes, this is a question for the city manager, city attorney, assistant city manager. It's tremendous qualifications from the gentleman. Thank you very much. My questions are, if I were to apply for that job, are there qualifications required to be the CFO for the city of Oxnard? I would hope to God there are.
Yes.
Minimum qualifications.
Yes.
Do we have any idea what they are?
He's standing right in front of us.
Well,
Yes,
that's
yes.
kind of facetious, because I'm thinking, you know, there could be some warm people and voices discussing this item, but we do have minimum qualifications for this job, and it's not just being elected, and it's not just having a high school degree, and it's not just no experience. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
I move the recommended action.
I will second, and Councilmember Perillo, you can go back and look at my Measure L video. It outlined all the qualifications needed for the CFO of Oxnard, so.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Valenzuela Zavala and a second by Councilmember Turan. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you all. We are adjourned.